English start.
마리아 선생님 반갑습니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 다 들어오셨나요?
네.
다 들어오신 것 같으니까 이번에 한국과 러시아의 수교 30주년을 기념하고 그리고 특별히 잠시만요. 파일 올려놓은 게 어디 갔지? 갑자기 못 찾겠어요. 네. 잠시만요. 어디 갔나? 프로그램 파일이 없으면 진행을 못 하는데. 아이고, 어디 갔나? 잠시만 기다려 주세요. 네. 네, 찾았습니다. 네, 기다리게 해서 죄송합니다. 자, 다시 시작하겠습니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 경희대학교의 홍윤기 교수입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 한국과 러시아, 또 러시아와 한국의 수교 30주년을 기념하고 러시아 고등경제대학과 경희대학교가 같이 공동으로 진행하는 국제학술대회 우리 훌륭하신 선생님들을 모시고 티칭 코리안 세션을 진행할 수 있게 되어서 아주 기쁘고 즐겁게 생각합니다. 오늘 총 그 6분의 김우조 선생님부터 시작해서 마지막에 루드밀라 선생님까지 총 6분의 발표가 준비되어 있습니다. 저희가 정해진 시간이 러시아 모스크바 시간으로는 9시 30분부터 11시 15분이고 서울 시간으로는 지금 오후 3시 30분입니다. 그래서 한 분당 15분 정도씩 발표하면 시간을 맞추는데 큰 문제가 없지 않을까라는 생각을 합니다. 선생님들 이미 잘 아시는 것처럼 발표 자료를 화면 공유로 띄우셔서 발표해 주시면 될 것 같고요. 자, 먼저 첫 번째로 HAC에 학생들을 가르치고 계시는 김우조 선생님께서 Communicative Korean Language Teaching During the Course by Class for General Purpose Russian Students Comparing Case of King Sejong Institute Moscow 예, 주제를 가지고 발표를 시작해 주겠습니다. 김우조 선생님 부탁드립니다.
네,
근데 저 영어로 준비했는데 한국어로 해야
뭐 편하게
되나요?
하십시오. 예, 뭐 영어로 하셔도 되고 하셔도 되고.
네. 잠시만요. I prepared my script in English, so I'd like to say in English today. Dear audience, good day. I'm glad to meet you. I'd like to say that thank you giving a chance to present. Honestly, it's my first time to present in conference today, but I'm trying to do best today. Let me introduce first. My name is Ho-jo Kim. Currently, I'm taking the master program in the Higher School of Economics. Also, I'm teaching Russian students as a freelance since last year. My presentation topic is the Communicate Korean language teaching for general purpose Russian students. It does not take long, I hope. It's about 15 minutes, I hope. Let's begin. I would like to say some table contents briefly. Literally, as you know, it's impossible to achieve the entire communicate approach in the class because there are limitations to deliver the language knowledge needed for the language exposure. So what I want to say is that it should be combined with the grammatical approach and communication approach together. It's not, it cannot be only do communication approach. It's impossible to do. So, and then before moving the main parts, I'd like to mention limitation. I collect the Google survey for the King Sejong Institute Moscow students. The number of people who answered questionnaire is less than the usual number, but I think it can show the feature of the Wonkwang school. So I would like to mention in the later. So what is the new Hallyu? Can you see the picture on the screen? You know, nowadays, not only K-pop, K-drama, K-movie, but also it has become popular for the Kakao characters, mobile games, books, and so on, like seeing the pictures. Especially affected COVID-19, lots of people put the words before the letter K, like K games, K sports, K characters, K food, like this. Especially, I think language included too. So, according to the news about the new Hallyu strategies from the Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, they report the plan from 2020 to 2022 that language Korean on the 2nd September to spread the Korean language, Korean Connect the World. They push for various projects to globalize the Korean language. So to that end, government also secured 55.5 billion won until next year, up to 39% from this year. So let's move to the importance of teaching methods for general purpose. Firstly, Korean is not an official international language. They are not members of the UN, like French, Russian, or English, and so on. It means that those who want to learn Korean doesn't have the desire to work or study first. They have a pure desire of Korean because they are interested in the culture and language and so on of Korea. After that, they have gained knowledge of the Korean. They change their mind to study or work related to Korea. So the reason is not academic desire first. They have some pure desire. So I think for general purpose of future is the pure desire. And also from abroad perspective, Korea is still a small country as well as have stereotypes of Korea. I remember the yesterday conference who presenter is the Professor Maria. She mentioned that there is still a low level of awareness about each other and Russian culture. That is why the predominance of the stereotype. I agree with her about this. In my opinion, I think so. Not only Russian and Korean, but also abroad, they don't know about some Korea. They think just like influenced by China and Japan like this. So why focus on the communicate approach? So one of reason is they are new trend teaching methods since the 2000s. Before became the 21st century, it focused on the grammatical approach. However, as changing globalization, trend also has been changed into communication, especially for general purpose. This method is important to understand with native speakers, and also to make the good image between countries. So I'd like to show you some examples how use communication as well. One is named Oliver Teacher. He's from United States. He has been working English teacher who can explain in Korean. Besides, he introduced how Korean influenced his country, like Hallyu foods, whatever relate to Korea. And then another example is a called Soviet girl in Seoul. Even though she is not a teacher, but she is a YouTuber living in Korea. She usually explains about Russia as well as shoots the vlog in Seoul, like introducing Korean cultures. Both have lots of subscribers who reached over 1 million. I think they know how to connect the two countries using language. They can make a good image about United States and Russia because when they learn Korean, they also learn the Korean culture, personalities of Korean, and different dishes. It makes a good image for them, from Korean people, because Korean people very like both of the channels. So now let's talk about the literature review of communicative approach. I think it would be boring because it's kind of a theory part. So teaching methods that values functions and use of language rather than structure of the grammatical approach against the grammar-based approach. Also, practical communication and meaningful learning are the main points. So this teaching method is exposed by real situations in dialogue, communication, and text in a theoretical way. So the purpose of communicative is perspective of the learner's side. And then teaching main goal also is teaching of communicative competence. It means that to improve learners' skills, how to speak in Korean as well, the role of the instructions can use the communicative approach to improve their skills. So now let me tell you about some citation from authors. All authors are similar opinions about the communicative approach. So one is a theory of language, or more accurately, a theory of language use. And then it is organized on the basis of communicative function, like obliging, describing, inviting, promise, like this. And also, the second language learning is facilitated when the learners are engaged in the interaction and meaningful communication. And last author also said similar things. Second learning language is for two-way communication with people. So it's more important to consider communication because they are afraid to speak with the natives using language. So how to achieve the communication approach well? So I also would like to say some authors say what they said about strategies. They said like this: lingual and nonverbal strategies used to supplement communication, and also conscious and unconscious methods used by the language learners when problems arise in communicating with target speakers. Also, it requires various communication strategies due to lack of language resources. And also, it needs to provide the framework for elaborating program goals regarding functional competence. So to success the communication strategy, it's important to keep the balance between the non-verbal language and verbal language, I think. So let's move to the case of King Sejong Institute Foundation. Before saying about this, I would like to say one information about foundation. They are not affiliated with Education Ministry. They are belong to Ministry of Culture, Sports, and Tourism. It means that they consider the tour of the culture to spread all over the world rather than education. So they consider the Korean language is kind of the K-drama or K-movie as like this. They are same category to spread the Hallyu abroad all over the world. So now let me show you some student surveys. I collect 52 students who studying in the King Sejong Institute, Moscow. I think it kind of less people, but I think it can show some features of this school. So our first question is, why are you learning Korean? Except 17.2%, they have a desire, they have a general purpose. So interesting point is that they like Korean language and Hangul, because I expected that they like Korean movies or dramas, but it was not. And next one is, does the teacher explain only in class, or do students also have time to practice Korean? I realized that it seems to be confusing. I don't know region. Anyway, over the 90% of students say that they also have time to practice. And next one is, do you practice speaking a lot in class? Over 60% of them answered yes. Practical time depends on the students. Even though the students are in the same class, they answered differently. Usually in the beginner level, they practice shorter, from 10 to 15 minutes. On the other hand, as they grow to the high level, they should practice more till from the 30 minutes to an hour. And next one is, do you think classes are student-centered? Over 90% respond yes. Then do you think what you learned at school is useful in your life? Or all of them said yes. And also, next one is, do you think the teacher is a good motivator for students? Over 80% of them answered yes. And also, is book used in the class useful in the real life? Also, all of them said yes. Wonkwang School used the two textbooks. One is from King Sejong's one, another is made in themselves. They say that in the textbook, there are useful words and phrases for daily life. And last question is, is it hard to talk with Koreans even if you study at school? Over 50% of them said yes. They answered that they would like to practice more as well as break the language barrier. So now let me talk about how to improve more. In my opinion, I think basic things is better, like using the digital contents, especially visual contents, to avoid the boring classes. Especially second learner, they don't have a background of South Korea and languages, so I think it can be helpful for them to understand Korean while showing them. And then I want to say about motivation, it means that the pure desire could be lost easily, so the role of instructor is important. And I found some interesting point. Russian students think that the teacher can't motivate them, they should get it themselves. It means that even though the instructor's class is bad, students don't think about why a teacher don't motivate me like this. They said they have problem only for them, not for top teachers. So I think the role of the teacher in Russia is kind of more important. So, and then to make a network between native and students, like team building, group chat, social media, connect with native speaker. And further, so team building is means with the classmates. I think to make a good environment in the classroom, like practicing dialogue, reading text, it can be a good way like this. So what I want to say is in the classroom, in the teacher and classmates, but also with the native speakers in daily life, they can keep the balance between them. Yeah. Yes. Now I make some conclusions. The previous communicative approaches focus on the classroom only, but nowadays it has been changing. It means that it's not essential to consider the space. So the idea that students must take classes in the classroom is disappearing. And also to achieve the communicative approach, the instructor should prepare the digital contents using group chat, video, or some visual materials. And moreover, they should give some motivation to Russian students. That's it. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다. 김은조 선생님. 네, 많은 내용을 준비하셨는데 시간이 제한돼서 조금 더 깊은 내용을 못 들어서 좀 아쉽긴 하지만 그래도 제가 들은 바로는 일단 지금 러시아의 그 세종학당의 학생들이 그 수업에 대한 만족도가 좀 굉장히 높은 것 같고, 그리고 수업에서의 그 의사소통 중심의 교수법, 그리고 학생들이 직접 참여하는 수업에 대한 관심들이 꽤 높은 것으로 확인이 되었고, 다만 선생님이 얘기하신 대로 좀 학습자들의 흥미를 좀 더 유지하고 지속시키기 위해서 가능한 여러 방법론들을 좀 활용하는 그런 논의들이 좀 필요하겠다라는 생각들을 하게 됐습니다. 뭐 이제 세종학당들이 계속 모스크바에 생겨나고 있고, 그래서 아마 학생들이 또 조금 더 다양한 기관에서 다양한 방법으로 한국어를 접하고 한국 문화를 접하게 되지 않을까라는 기대를 합니다. 김은조 선생님의 발표가 향후 그 모스크바의 세종학당에서 학생들을 교육하는데 여러 가지 참고할 만한 기준들이 되기를 기대합니다. 네, 감사합니다. 자, 다음은 HAC의 장범석 선생님께서 Korean Language Education for Foreigners, the Need for Cultural Linguistic Education, focusing on vocabulary related to food, clothing, and shelter에 대한 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 장범석 선생님, 발표해 주시죠.
선생님, 그 소리가 꺼져 있어요.
네. 죄송합니다. 저는 마이크가 꺼져 있는 걸 몰랐네요. 예, 외국인을 위한 한국어 교육, 문화, 언어학적 교육의 필요성, 의식주 관련 어휘를 중심으로의 발표를 시작하겠습니다. 저는 따로 프레젠테이션을 만들지 않아서요. 그냥 워드 화면 띄워서 보여드리겠습니다. 모든 언어는 해당 언어권 외의 세계를 바라보는 나름의 관점을 가지고 있죠. 같은 현상이나 사실을 묘사하는 방법의 차이가 있기 때문인데 이는 각 언어가 사용되는 환경과 문화의 영향을 받아 각기 다르게 형성되며 형성된 언어는 인간의 사고와 문화를 더욱 강화하고 고착화시켜 사람들이 주의를 지각하고 조직하는 방법에 영향을 미칩니다.
선생님, 화면 공유가 잘 안 됐습니다.
네?
화면이 안 보이는데요, 워드가.
잠시만요. 다시, 예. 지금도 안 보이시나요?
이제 보입니다.
그렇기 때문에 언어는 사고와 문화를 담는 기본 틀이라고 할 수 있습니다. 독일 언어학자 윌helm 본 훔볼트는 언어는 활동의 산물이 아니라 활동, 즉 정신적인 삶 자체가 언어에 집중되어 있다고 했습니다. 따라서 언어는 인간의 정신적 활동의 주요 유형이라고 볼 수 있고요. 사람들의 언어와 그들의 정신은 뗄래야 뗄 수 없이 연결되어 있습니다. 사람들의 언어와 정신적인 힘은 서로 분리되어 지속적으로 변하지 않고 배타적이고 분리될 수 없는 하나의 지적 능력의 동일한 행동을 구성합니다. 따라서 사람들의 언어는 그들의 정신이고 사람들의 정신은 그들의 언어입니다. 모든 민족에 대한 민족적 인식은 정신적 힘에 의해 결정됩니다. 민족은 같은 핏줄, 같은 언어와 문화, 역사의 공통성 위에 동일한 의식이 형성되어 있는 집단입니다. 특정 언어를 구사하는 사람들이 민족의식을 갖는다는 것은 의식이 모국어에 영향을 미친다는 것을 알 수 있게 해줍니다. 마찬가지로 영국의 인류학자 에드워드 버넷 타일러와 독일인 상호문화주의 심리학자 알렉산더 토마스에 따르면 문화란 보편적 현상이며 모든 인간은 어떤 특수한 문화 속에서 살고 그것을 계속 발전시킨다. 인간은 대화를 통해 문화를 형성하고 형성된 문화는 다시 인간 대화의 규칙과 유형을 형성함으로써 인간 대화와 문화 간의 상호 영향이 이루어진다고 합니다. 따라서 민족 문화란 하나의 민족이 자체의 역사 속에서 발전시켜온 고유의 문화입니다. 특정 언어를 사용한다는 것은 특정 문화를 공유한다는 것이며 특정 문화는 특정 언어에 투영된다는 것입니다. 언어 문화학을 언어가 문화에 반영되는 것을 연구하는 학문이라고 정의할 수 있다면 문화 언어학은 문화가 언어에 반영되는 것을 연구하는 학문이라고 정의할 수 있습니다. 따라서 문화는 일반적으로 특정 언어를 사용하는 집단이 공통적으로 갖고 있는 사고 형태를 포함하고 있는 것이니까 관용 표현이나 속담에 근본적으로 문화적인 속성들을 담고 있습니다. 따라서 그 문화를 알지 못하면 전혀 이해할 수 없는 표현들이 많이 있습니다. 외국인을 대상으로 하는 한국어 교육에서 교육은 모국어로 한국어를 사용하는 한국인과 한국어를 사용하고자 하는 외국인의 관계가 주가 됩니다. 정확한 의사소통을 위해서 필수적인 것은 언어적 요소의 이해이지만 언어에 나타나는 문화적 요소에 대한 이해도도 필수적입니다. 지금까지 한국어 교육에 있어서 문화교육은 대부분 생활문화나 전통문화에 국한되었기 때문에 언어의 기본 틀을 이루는 사고의 문제에 대해서는 거의 다루지 못하여 왔습니다. 사고의 체계는 문화의 영향을 가장 많이 받는 것이니까 문화가 갖는 인지의 세계나 실상에 대해 영향을 주는 것이 언어라고 할 수 있는데 이 부분에 대한 교육에 한계가 있었던 것입니다. 사고 체계에 미친 문화가 반영된 언어를 학습하기 위해서 가장 중요한 부분이 어휘의 문화적 기능을 가르치는 것입니다. 최근에 언어학은 보편성을 강조하고 있기 때문에 언어의 문화적 기능에 대한 중요도가 낮아졌습니다. 따라서 외국인을 대상으로 하는 한국어 교육에 있어서도 깊이 있는 의사소통을 가능하게 하려면 언어의 문화적 가치를 중요하게 생각해야 합니다. 따라서 언어학적인 관점에서 문화가 존재한다는 것은 다른 문화와 부딪혔을 때 인식된다고 볼 수 있습니다. 타문화는 자연스럽게 아는 것이 아니라 분석을 통해서만 학습할 수 있습니다. 주어진 상황에서 사용되어야만 하는 어휘, 사용될 수 있는 어휘, 사용해서는 안 되는 어휘도 문화에 따라서 규정되어 있습니다. 의식주 관련 어휘를 중심으로 특정 상황에서 사용되는 상투어와 관용어를 통해 언어에 반영된 문화를 살펴보고자 합니다. 한국어에는 의식주라는 한자어 표현이 있습니다. 의는 옷이 제일 앞에 오고 식, 먹는 것 또는 먹을 것, 주, 거처하는 곳의 순서로 적습니다. 하지만 의식주의 쓰임 순서가 한국 문화에서 가지는 중요도를 뜻하지는 않습니다. 한국어에는 옷과 관련된 표현보다는 음식과 관련된 표현이 더 많이 있죠. 한국어에서 먹는 것이 얼마나 중요한지를 알 수 있는 대목입니다. 먹고 살만하다, 보릿고개 등의 상투어를 보더라도 오래전에는 먹는 문제가 가장 커다란 문제였다는 것을 알 수 있습니다. 또 금강산도 식후경, 먹다 죽은 귀신이 때깔도 곱다, 굶주림과 같이 식문화와 직접적으로 관련된 표현들이 많이 있습니다. 식문화가 한국어에 많은 영향을 미친 것을 알게 해주는 것인데요. 식문화와 관련된 동일 어휘들이 사용되는 한국어와 러시아어의 상투어 관용어를 살펴서 동일 어휘의 문화적 차이를 살펴보고자 합니다. 한국어에서 숟가락은 식문화에서 중요한 역할을 합니다. 아시아의 많은 나라들에서 수저를 사용하고 있지만 국문화가 발달된 한국에서 숟가락의 중요도가 더 높다고 할 수 있습니다. 또 한국 문화에서 대표적으로 사용되는 표현 중에 숟가락을 놓다라는 표현이 있죠. 최근에는 물론 사용 빈도가 많이 있기는 합니다만 죽다는 의미로 사용되는 표현입니다. 또 숟가락이 곧 삶의 상징인 것이죠. 또 옆집에 숟가락이 몇 개인지도 안다라는 표현도 있습니다. 숟가락이 집안 사정을 표현하는 어휘로 사용되는 것입니다. 같이 밥을 먹어야 서로 친해질 수 있다는 의미의 숟가락 밑에서 정분 난다라는 표현도 있습니다. 하지만 러시아어에서 숟가락은 삶의 상징이 아닌 작다의 의미로 사용이 되고 있습니다. 예를 들면 부차스파 차이노의 로시게는 어떤 일이 찻숟가락에 따른 시간이라는 표현인데요. 어떤 일이 현저하게 느리게 진행된다는 의미를 갖고 있습니다. 또 니폴로시키 닐로시키 밥그릇도 아니고 숟가락도 아니다라는 표현은 잃어버릴 것이 아무것도 없다는 뜻으로 사용되고 있습니다. 이 두 가지 표현에서 알 수 있듯이 러시아 문화에서 숟가락은 한국어에서의 삶의 의미를 가지는 것과 달리 작다의 의미를 가지고 사용되고 있다는 것을 알 수 있습니다. 덧붙여서 하로샤로시카크 아비에도라는 표현은 식사에 숟가락이 있으면 좋다는 의미로 어떤 일을 할 때 필요한 것을 미리 소지하고 있으면 좋다는 뜻입니다. 여기서 숟가락은 도구의 의미로 활용이 되는 것이죠. 마찬가지로 한국어의 삶과는 다른 의미를 가지고 사용이 되고 있습니다. 그 외에 한국어에서 또 음식 문화가 잘 반영된 단어는 밥이라는 단어가 있습니다. 밥은 곡식을 씻어 끓여 익힌 음식 또는 끼니로 먹는 음식을 뜻하는데 러시아어로 번역할 때는 보통 리스, 비슈와 클랩 이런 식으로 번역이 됩니다. 한국어에서는 밥맛이 없다는 삶에서 가장 중요하고 힘을 내는 것이 밥인데 밥맛이 없다는 표현은 무엇인가를 매우 싫어한다 또는 안이 꼽고 언짢아 상대할 마음이 없다는 뜻을 가지고 있습니다. 러시아어에서도 niet аппетит라고 하는 밥맛이 없다와 뜻을 같이 하는 표현이 있습니다. 또 입맛 떨어지다 러시아어에서 이제 аппетит потерять 같이 어떤 일에 대한 흥미가 떨어지거나 잃어버림을 뜻하는 동일한 의미를 가지고 있는 표현도 있습니다. 하지만 흘레범니까름이라고 해서 어떤 일을 하고자 하는 희망이나 열의가 있을 때 더 이상 빵 대신에 내가 희망하는 일을 할 수 있는 시간을 달라고 하는 의미로 빵은 지금 필요치 않은 대상을 의미하고 있어서 이제 한국어에서 말하는 밥과는 또 다른 의미로 사용되는 표현도 있습니다. 두 번째로 이제 주거 문화와 관련된 표현들을 살펴보고자 합니다. 이제 언어 권역별 문화들에서 주거 문화는 그 형태가 상이하긴 하지만 집이라는 공간이 편안하게 쉴 수 있는 곳이라는 의미는 동일합니다. 한국어에서 집은 곧 가족을 의미하기도 하기 때문에 집 떠나면 고생이다. 집에서는 아이들 때문에 웃는다. 집안이 웃는 집에 복이 온다 등 가족과 관련된 표현으로서 집이 사용되고 있습니다. 러시아에서도 마찬가지로 피오브돔 이건 이제 집에 필요한 것들이 모두 있는 화목하고 평안한 가족을 의미하고요. 돔 폴나차샤 또는 모이돔 마이크레파스티처럼 이제 한국어에서의 표현에서의 집은 가족의 의미를 가지고 있는데 러시아어에서의 이제 집은 공간적인 의미를 많이 가지고 있습니다. 그러니까 가족보다는 공간적으로 쉴 수 있는 표현으로 사용이 되고 있는 거죠. 이외에 이제 한국어에서 대표적으로 차이가 나는 외국어 표현들과 차이가 나는 표현이 배부르고 등 따뜻하다라는 표현인데요. 한국어에서는 이제 보통 굉장히 만족스러울 때 배부르고 등 따뜻하다라는 표현을 씁니다. 물론 배부르다라는 표현은 대부분의 문화에서도 만족의 표현으로 사용되고 있습니다만 등 따뜻하다는 말은 온돌 문화가 영향을 미친 표현이죠. 그래서 온돌 문화와 관련된 표현들 중에서 이제 구들장이 꺼지도록 한숨을 쉰다, 누워서 떡 먹기라는 표현들도 있습니다. 그런데 러시아 학생들한테 이런 표현들을 설명을 해주면 쉽게 이해하지 못합니다. 바로 그 난방 문화가 다르기 때문인데요. 한국에서는 온돌이 발달했지만 러시아에서는 난로 난방이 발달했죠. 그래서 딴치바치 비에치 항상 같은 것에서 시작한다는 의미고요. 바바스 비에치 리치스 심지자 심둠 베레두머 이 표현은 이제 모든 것을 예견하고 모든 것에 대해서 생각해서 가능한 여러 결정들 중에서 빠르게 단 하나를 선택하는 여성의 능력에 대한 상토입니다. 또 마에바치지 비엔나비에 지스다라까나미라는 표현은 이제 난로에서 바퀴벌레와 싸워라, 자신에게 편안한 공간에서 적을 상대하라고 하는 완곡한 표현에서 나온 비겁에 대한 표현입니다. 이처럼 남방 문화에서도 차이가 있기 때문에 러시아 학생들이 이제 방바닥에 누워서 무엇인가를 하고 그 상태를 편안하게 느낀다는 한국의 문화를 이해하지 못하고 있습니다. 그래서 학생들한테 설명을 해주면 쉽게 이해하지 못하는 경우들이 많이 있습니다. 세 번째로 이제 의복과 관련된 표현들을 살펴보고자 합니다. 한국에서는 이제 전통 의복이 한복이라고 볼 수 있는데 일제강점기 전후로 의복 문화가 완연하게 달라졌죠. 그래서 현대 한국에서는 한복을 일상으로 입는 경우는 찾아보기 어렵습니다. 하지만 표현에서는 한복과 관련된 것들이 많이 있습니다. 같은 값이면 다 옹치마 또는 오지랖이 넓다 이런 뜻이 있는데 이제 다홍치마라거나 오지랖에 대한 표현은 한국어를 잘 알지 못하면 알 수 없는 한복에 대해서 알지 못하면 이해하기 어려운 표현이고요. 또 대표적으로 쓰이는 표현이 이제 갓과 관련된 표현들이 있는데요. 갓쓰고 망신이라는 표현 같은 것이 있죠. 이제 점잔을 빼고 있는데 망신을 당해서 더 무참하게 느껴지게 된다는 뜻입니다. 한국어에서 의복과 관련된 표현들은 의복의 의복 자체의 의미보다는 사회적인 지위 또는 의복의 용도와 관련되어 활용되고 있습니다. 러시아어에서는 이제 한국어에서의 의복의 의미와는 달리 실질적인 형상과 관련하여 사용되어지고 있습니다. 스님의 슐라프 같은 경우는 이제 신사모를 벗는다라고 번역을 할 수 있는데 어떠한 일에 대한 공로를 인정할 수 있는 대상에게 신사모를 벗어서 깊은 존경을 표한다는 의미입니다. 또 아스타체 비에스 포르트코는 바지 없이 남는다라는 번역이 가능하고요. 바지도 남지 않을 만큼 가난해진다라고 라는 표현입니다. 그리고 플라카츠 부질리엣고 조끼의 품속에서 울다라고 번역할 수 있는 이 표현은 어떤 문제에 대해 이야기하거나 실패에 대해 불평하거나 또는 동감을 얻기 위해 하는 노력을 의미합니다. 남의 품에 안겨서 우는 것을 묘사하는 것이죠. 그래서 힘들었던 것들을 이야기하는 그런 표현들인데요. 이렇게 각 표현들 관용어와 상투어에서 문화적인 차이에 의해서 나오는 어휘의 다른 뜻들을 확인할 수가 있습니다. 따라서 이제 결론을 말씀드리자면 현대 세계에서는 언어에게 보편성이 강조되고 있죠. 세계화에 따른 전 세계 국가들과 문화들의 교류가 활발해진 결과라고 볼 수 있습니다. 하지만 특정 언어를 학습할 때는 해당 언어의 문화를 이해하지 못하면 학습자는 특정 언어를 제대로 익힐 수 없는 한계에 부딪히게 되고요. 부딪히게 됩니다. 왜냐하면 문화는 언어가 발전해 온 만큼 또는 그보다 더 오랜 시간 동안 발전해 오면서 언어에 영향을 미쳤기 때문입니다. 그래서 학습자는 당연히 본인이 학습하는 언어의 문화를 이해하기 위해서 노력을 해야 되고요. 이 이해를 통해서 깊이 있는 의사소통을 할 수가 있습니다. 또한 교육자는 교육하는 언어의 언어 체계와 현대사회에서 사용되고 있는 보편성이 강조된 언어 외에도 문화 언어적 관점에서 언어가 속한 문화를 가르칠 필요가 있습니다. 네, 굉장히 서둘러서 하다 보니까 예, 마무리를 이렇게 짓도록 하겠습니다. 네, 발표가 시간이 쫓겨서 너무 제대로 못한 것 같습니다. 네, 아쉽지만 나머지는 필요하신 분이 있으면 이 자료를 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 한번 참고해 보시고요. 문화 언어학적인 관점에서 언어를 제대로 활용하기 위해서 문화 수업을 해야 한다는 필요성에 대해서 같이 인식해 주셨으면 하는 바람에서 준비해 봤습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 네, 장 교수님 감사합니다. 사실 이제 문화 언어학이라고 하는 거 언어 속에 담겨 있는 문화를 이해하는 것이 많은 그 이해하고 또 그렇게 가르쳐야 한다는 것이 많은 그 또 언어학자들 또 교육하시는 분들의 주장이긴 한데 그 내용을 좀 실증적이고 또 세부적으로 또 각 언어권에 담겨 있는 그 문화가 언어에 반영된 요소들을 그 면밀하게 찾아서 논의하는 것들은 그렇게 많은 것 같지는 않아요. 그래서 지금 장 교수님이 얘기하신 대로 그런 부분들을 조금 더 좀 이렇게 정교화하고 그 자료들을 충분히 이렇게 좀 이렇게 데이터로 만들어 놓는다면 그리고 또 그런 것들이 축적된다면 실제로 러시아에서 한국어를 배우는 좀 이제 중고급 이상의 학습자들이 될 가능성이 높겠죠. 그 학습자들이 한국의 문화를 조금 더 그 언어 속에서 한국의 문화를 찾는 단서를 발견하게 되지 않을까라는 기대를 하게 됩니다. 역시 그 관용구 해석이라든지 상투적 표현들에 담겨 있는 그 언어적인 문화적인 요소가 굉장히 그 상호 문화를 이해하는데 어려움이 될 수 있는데 그런 것들을 또 우리 장 교수님께서 앞으로도 좀 지속적으로 연구해 주셔서 러시아 모스크바에 있는 학습자들은 한국 문화를 이해하는데 좀 큰 도움이 되는 자료들로 축적이 되면 좋겠다는 말씀을 드립니다. 예, 좋은 발표 감사드립니다. 그다음 뭐 하나 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 오늘 원래 세 번째 발표자로 그 예정이 되어 있던 그 슈마코바 안나 교수님께서 갑자기 좀 좋지 못한 개인적인 사정이 생기셔서 오늘 불참을 하시게 됐습니다. 그 뭐 사정은 제가 따로 말씀드리지는 않을 거고 나중에 뭐 현지에서 내용을 좀 듣고 서로 위로해 주면 좋겠다는 말씀드립니다. 그러면 원래 네 번째 순서로 예정되어 있던 그 HSE의 마리아 교수님의 발표를 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다. 발표 주제는 Discourse-based approach in teaching Korean language grammar on beginner level입니다. 예, 마리아 선생님 발표 부탁드립니다. 마리아 선생님 방금 계셨는데 어디 가셨지? 이게 참 코로나19 바이러스로 인해서 우리가 현지에서 못 보고 이렇게 화상 그 회의를 통한 시스템을 사용하는 것은 좋기는 한데 늘 기계는 사람을 편하기도 하지만 사람을 짜증나게도 하죠. 그렇죠? 네. 이렇게 너무 기계에 의존하다 보면 인간이 어디로 갈지 좀 걱정이 됩니다. 사실은 제가 재작년에 그 모스크바에 갔을 때 이 얘기를 계속 들었고 그래서 사실은 올해 그 10월에 그 모스크바를 다시 방문하려고 큰 꿈을 갖고 있었는데 예, 마리아 선생님 등장하셨습니다.
네, 죄송합니다. 갑자기
네.
인터넷 연결이 끊겨져서.
네, 맞습니다. 예, 자, 마리아 선생님 발표 시작해 주십시오.
네, 감사합니다.
네,
네,
화면 공유해 주시고요.
네. 네, 잘 보입니까?
네, 보입니다.
네. 네, 안녕하십니까. 네, 고등경제대학교에서 한국어를 가르치고 있는 마리아 바클라노라고 합니다. 제가 원래 영어로 발표를 할까 했는데, 이렇게 대부분 오늘 발표자분들은 이렇게 한국어로 한다고 하시니까 저도 결국 한국어로 이렇게 발표를 하기로 했습니다. 그런데 한국어는 실력이 좀 부족해서 그래서 네, 제 말을 뭐 이해하시는데 어려움이 있으실 것 같아서 미리 양해 좀 부탁드립니다.
너무 잘하시는데.
아닙니다. 네. 오늘 제가 발표하고자 하는 주제가 초급 한국어 학습자를 위한 담화 문법 교육인데 제가 몇 년째 러시아 학생들을 가르쳐 왔기 때문에 오늘 러시아어를 모국어로 하는 학생들을 중심으로 해서 대상으로 해서 문법 교육에 초점을 두고 발표드리도록 하겠습니다. 제 발표 구성은 이렇게 구성되어 있고요. 첫째, 문법 제기부터 하고 담화 능력이 무엇인지 살펴보도록 하고요. 그 다음 문법 교육의 현황과 문제점을 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 또 마지막으로 마지막으로 담화 맥락 중심의 조급 문법 교수법을 활용하는 몇 가지 학습 사례를 집중적으로 살펴보도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 마지막으로 또 결론이고요. 이제 문제 제기로 넘어가자면요. 우선 외국어 교육하면 특히 학생들 입장에서 외국어 교육이면 우선 어휘나 문법 같은 지식이 떠오르겠지만 외국어 교육학에서 언어적인 지식이 의사소통의 일부일 뿐이라는 건 당연히 아는 사실인데요. 또 많은 연구자들은 이렇게 의사소통 능력이 네 가지 하부 요소가 하부 요소가 의사소통 능력을 구성하고 있다고 이렇게 보고 있습니다. 그 네 가지는 언어적 지식, 또 담화 능력, 문화적 능력, 또 전략적 능력이 등입니다. 그래서 담화 능력이라는 거 개별적인 문장이 아니라 일련의 문장들을 연결한 그런 담화 속에서 전체적인 의미를 형성하는 능력, 그리고 이렇게 문장 사이의 관계가 명확하지 않을 때는 또 세상에 대한 모든 지식을 사용함으로써 문맥에 따라 그 언어 표현 속에 내재되어 있는 의미를 추론할 수 있는 그런 능력을 포함하고 있다고 보고 있습니다. 이 담화 능력은 특히 의사소통이 중심되어 가고 있는 요즘 한국어 교육에서도 중요한 부분이 되어야 한다고 볼 수 있다고 생각이 드는데요. 또 외국어 교육의 일부인 문법 교육에서도 역시 문장 차원에서의 교육이 아니라 담화 차원에서의 교육이 이루어져야 한다고 제가 오늘 주장하고자 하는 바입니다. 또 사실 많은 연구자들이 같은 주장을 하고 있는데 제가 이 슬라이드에서 딱 하나의 이렇게 일부를 하나의 연구의 일부를 따서 이렇게 보여드리고 싶습니다. 쉽게 말하자면 담화 요즘 의사소통을 또 목적으로 하는 학습자의 수가 늘어나고 있고 또 그만큼 한국어 교육에서도의 담화 능력 중요성도 인식되어 또 높아졌으면 좋은 그런 제 생각입니다. 담화 맥락 중심의 교육 중요성을 많은 연구에서 다루고 또 제기해 왔지만 한국어 교육에서는 그러니까 특히 한국어 교육 자료, 한국어 교재에서는 아직까지도 충분히 반영했다고 아직 보기 어려운 상황인데요. 그래서 이제 문법 교육 현황과 문제점으로 나아가서 제가 다음과 같이 이렇게 몇 가지 문제점들을 살펴봤는데요. 이렇게 정리해봤는데요. 물론 사실 훌륭한 어떤 교재, 또 문법서 그런 교재들이 많이 발간되고 또 사용되고 있지만 그럼에도 불구하고 또 다음 문제점들 이렇게 여러 가지 교재 자료를 살펴보면서 다음 문법 교육에 있어서 문제점들을 살펴볼 수 있습니다. 우선 문법 설명이 이렇게 널리 사용하는 특히 초급 교재 같은 경우는 문법 학습 자료를 보면 문법 설명이 아주 간략하게 돼 있고 또 이게 교사 설명이 앞서는 그런 방식이 많이 활용되어 있다는 점을 볼 수가 있습니다. 또 전에 배운 어떤 의미나 기능이 유사한 문법과 이렇게 비교해서 또 제시하는 경우가 많지 않다는 점도 볼 수 있습니다. 그리고 또 하나는요, 또 상황 맥락에 집중해서 뭐 의미나 도끼는 또 화연적 요소 등을 요소에 그 초점을 두고 그 맥락을 학생들이 알아서 또 분석하게 하는 그런 연습 과제가 전혀 없다고 해도 과언이 아닐 듯합니다. 네. 그리고 그런 뭐 연습 아니면 과제가 있다 해도 대부분은 다 고급 자료에서 제시하는 그런 사례들입니다. 그래서 이제 담화 맥락의 중심 교수법으로 넘어가자면요. 제가 주장하고자 하는 것은 문법 교육하는 데 있어서 담화 맥락 중심의 교수법을 반영하는 것이 매우 중요하다라는 것을 제가 주장하고자 하는 바인데요. 그래서 지금부터 조급 한국어 학습자를 대상으로 하는 담화 능력 중심 문법 교육에 관해서 구체적인 사례와 제안을 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 일단 초급에서 가르치는 문법 문헌들을 정리해봤는데요. 또 슬라이드 보시고 아시겠지만 여기는 주로 토픽 1 아니 A1 수준에 해당되는 문법 문헌들을 정리한 겁니다. 그 내용을 바탕으로 해서 학습 사례를 살펴보고자 합니다. 그런데 앞으로 나아가기 전에는 제가 꼭 드리고 싶은 말씀은 러시아어를 모국어로 하는 학습자 입장에서는 사실 초급에서 다루는 모든 문법이 그런 담화 문법 방식으로 가르쳐야만 한다는 뜻이 아니라는 점을 강조하고 싶습니다. 일반적으로 기초 문법으로 제시하는 예를 들어서 연결 어미인고 또는 과거 시제, 표현 또는 목적격 조사 같은 경우는 문장 차원에서 가르쳐도 크게 문제가 되지 않다고 봅니다. 그런데 역시 맥락이 제시되지 않으면 의미나 기능을 충분히 파악할 수 없는 그런 문법 문헌도 있다는 점 제가 또 주장하고자 하는 점인데요. 이런 문법이 또 이렇게 문장 차원에서 가르치면 학생들이 이렇게 문법적으로 모두 만드는 그런 문장이 정확하지만 또 이들 문장이 쓰이는 담화 맥락을 고려해야 어느 문장이 더 적절하고 부적절한지 이렇게 판단할 수 있는 그런 능력을 또 기르는 것이 매우 중요하다고 강조해서 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 그런 아까 말씀드린 그런 문법 문헌들을 러시아 학생들이 어려워하는 이유는 몇 가지가 있는데 크게 보면 두 가지로 나눠서 이렇게 살펴보면 될 것 같습니다. 하나는 모국어 간섭 영향 간섭을 통해서 어려워하는 문법이고요. 그러니까 러시아어에 아예 없거나 또 유사한 의미를 가지고 있더라도 좀 현대적으로나 또는 화연적 면에서 차이가 나는 그런 문법들이고요. 두 번째로 이게 한국어 교수 자료에서 또 교재에서 문법에 대한 어떤 설명이 제시되는 내용이 실제 원어민들이, 실제 뭐 한국 사람들이 사용하는 그런 사례와 차이가 나는 그런 문법 문현도 이게 학생들에게 어려운 그런 부분입니다. 그런 예로 뭐 산대 높임 표현 또는 뭐 니까 같은 문법을 예로 들 수 있습니다. 그러면 이제 말씀드린 문제점들을 고려해서 담화 능력을 신장하는 데 있어서 어떻게 문법을 가르치는 게 좋을까 하는 질문에 답해 보도록 하겠습니다. 우선 제가 주장하고자 하는 점은 인풋 중요성인데요. 인풋이 그런 더 많이 제시되어야 하고 또 아웃풋에 앞서 제시하는 것이 좋습니다. 이게 문법 설명을 면시적 형식으로 하더라도 그 뒤에 많은 예문들이 이어서 나오는 게 좋고요. 그러면 학생들이 본 문법이 사용되는 많은 상황을 통해서 문법을 접하면서 더 정확하고 또 구체적으로 이해를 하고 또 해석하면서 모국어와 그 현상을 구별할 수 있게 됩니다. 그런 예로 아웃주다 표현을 한번 예를 들어봤습니다. 이게 표현에 대한 설명을 다 한 다음에 학생들이 선생님이 설명을 다 한 다음에 이제 학생들이 다음 연습을 하면 더 이게 읽어가면서 선생님들과 이거 읽어가면서 해석하면서 그 주다, 드리다, 주시다를 쓴 그 이유를 같이 이렇게 반성해보고 또 생각해보고 또 모국어인 러시아어와 얼마나 많이 다른 문법인지 또 파악하게 됩니다. 또한 또 초급이어도 이렇게 불구하고 원어민들이 실제 사용하는 그런 사례들을 많이 활용하는 것도 좋다고 봅니다. 뭐 단순하게 문법이 이용되는 그런 상황, 맥락만 파악하는 방식으로 해도 좋고 또 보다 어려운 식의 또 의미까지 파악하는 실제로 사용하는 그 문법 사용 빈도를 파악하는 과제도 좋습니다. 또 그런 예로 또 산대 높임 표현에 관한 과제를 또 제가 추출해봤는데요. 뭐 예를 들어서 The President 드라마 일부를 같이 보고 학생들이 거기 모든 이야기의 뜻을 물론 이해하지 못하겠지만 그래도 다음 사람들이 사용하는 높임 표현을 이렇게 집중적으로 보고 또 누구와 얘기하느냐에 따라 어떻게 사연이 다른지는 이렇게 또 인식해서 파악해서 이렇게 적어 놓는 그런 과제입니다. 그러면 학생들이 한 사람이 또 산대 높임 표현을 사실 섞여서 사용할 수도 있고 또 말하는 상대방에 따라 이렇게 또 산대 높임 표현이 많이 다르다는 점도 빨리빨리 이렇게 인식해서 알 수 있습니다. 두 번째가 문법 교사의 설명이 앞서는 그런 연역적 방식이 아니라 학생들이 스스로 발견하고 이해하게 하는 그런 귀납적 방식으로 자료를 구성하는 것이 좋습니다. 그래야 학습자들은 규칙을 더 잘 익히고 또 문법 요소, 또 나아가서 언어적 그런 요소에 주목하게 되는 언어적 통찰력을 같이 학습할 수 있습니다. 예를 들어서 는데 문법 제시 부분인데 학생들이 본 대화를 듣고 읽고 한 다음에 이제 는데 아직 근대 문법이 제시되지 않는 단계지만 학생들로 하여금 이렇게 스스로 는데가 무슨 뜻인지 또 어떤 상황에서 쓰이고 있는지를 이렇게 파악하도록 하는 과제입니다. 그리고 셋째로 모국어에 없거나 또 현대 면에서 다른 문법을 제시할 경우 설명 단계에서뿐만 아니라 연습 단계에서도 충분한 맥락이 주어지는 것이 아주 중요하다는 점 강조해서 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 그러므로 같은 말이라도 어떤 상황에서 쓰였느냐에 따라 의미가 다르게 해석될 수 있다는 점을 인식하게 되고 또 이게 모국어에서 모국어의 유사한 의미를 나타내는 문법이 없는 경우 해당 한국어 문법이 쓰는 상황 맥락을 또 보다 정확하게 인식하고 이에 어울리는 적절한 표현을 쓸 수 있게 됩니다. 특히 상대 높임 표현을 가르치는 데 있어서 또 화자, 천자에 대한 정보를 최대한 많이 제공해 줘야 되고 그러니까 누구인지 나이가 나이 사이가 어떻게 되어 있는지 지가 어떤 건지 또 그런 정보를 많이 제공하면 할수록 좋다고 봅니다. 또 그런 예로 또 호칭 표현 관한 과제를 예로 들었는데요. 여기 보시면 학생들이 많은 호칭을 생각해서 빈칸 채워야 하지만 또 이런 대화를 보면서 또 천자와 화자의 그 사이가 어떻게 되느냐에 따라 쓰이는 상대 표현도 이렇게 살펴보면서 죄송합니다. 좀 너무 화찬해서 네, 이렇게 살펴보면서 상대 표현에 대한 지식도 얻을 수 있습니다. 그리고 마지막 부분이 또 아까 말씀드린 의미가 유사한 그런 모국어와의 비교뿐만 아니라 또 전에 배운 의미나 기능이 비슷한 한국어 문법과 또 비교하면서 또 제시하는 것도 중요한 점이라고 강조하고 싶습니다. 그러면 그런 연습을 통해서 학생들이 또 의미 뉘앙스를 또 생각해서 말할 때는 보다 정확하고 또 자기 전달하고자 하는 의사에 조금 집중을 해서 말하는 방법을 배우게 됩니다. 그런 예로 또 고하고 지만이라는 이렇게 연결 어미를 들어봤는데요. 이게 학생들이 지만 이렇게 사용해서 문장을 완성해야 하지만 그 뒤에 또 고를 이렇게 고로 바꿔서 쓰면 의미 면에서 어떤 부분이 바뀌었는지 또 상황이 어떻게 바뀌는지를 같이 이렇게 또 생각하면서 또 선생님과 이렇게 얘기하면서 논의하면서 하는 과제입니다. 그래서 이제 결론 부분으로 넘어가 보겠습니다. 그러니까 이렇게 담화 맥락 중심의 문법 교육 중요성 또 필요성을 강조해서 살펴봤고요. 또 담화 능력에 대한 연구는 적극적으로 이루어져 왔으나 또 이번에 제가 또 러시아어를 모국어로 하는 그런 초급 학습자를 대상으로 해서 또 몇 가지 구체적인 그런 담화 문법 교육 도입 방안들을 제안해봤습니다. 그래서 아까 보여드린 사례들은 다 저희 대학교에서 현재 사용하고 있는 그런 자료들이고요. 또 저희 선생님들이 스스로 개발한 그런 자료들입니다. 그래서 그런 자료를 이렇게 3년째 이제 사용해서 또 학생들을 가르쳐 보니까 학생들은 의사 전달이 좀 더 정확해지고 또 언어적 통찰 능력이 더 빨리 발달하고 또 학생들이 스스로도 새 문법을 발견하고 또 의미를 추론해서 익힐 수 있게 됐다는 점을 발견했습니다. 네, 그래서 여기까지 하겠습니다. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
네, 원래 교수님 감사합니다. 아니 아까 처음에 뭐 영어로 준비하셨는데 한국어로 해서 잘 못하겠다고 걱정하셨는데 뭐 아무 문제가 없이 너무 자연스럽게 잘 들립니다. 예, 그저 놀라울 뿐이고요. 예, 한국어를 얼마 동안 공부하시고 또 가르치시는지 모르겠지만 마리아 선생님이 한국어 실력이 엄청나다라는 것을 다시 한번 알게 됐고요. 지금 선생님께서 말씀하신 그 초급에서의 문법 교육, 특히 그 담화 상황 맥락을 반영한 문법 교육의 중요성은 뭐 저도 문법을 전공하는 사람으로서 당연하다고 생각을 하고, 아까 말씀하신 그 한국어 교재의 문제점을 몇 가지 말씀해 주셨는데, 문법 설명이 너무 간단하고 연역적 설명이고 유사문법 비교하지 않고 상황 맥락 분석 과제가 없다, 이런 뭐 뼈아픈 지적에 동감하는 바입니다. 다만 저희가 그 경희대가 최근에 한국어 교재를 만들어서 제가 장봉석 교수님한테 보내드렸는데 혹시 보셨어요? 교재?
네,
교재,
뭐 일부 네, 좀 일부 봤고요. 네, 일부 봤고요. 뭐 제가 아까 말씀드린 그 교재들은 사실 뭐 그런 교재도 있다는 점이었습니다.
예,
네, 뭐 모든 뭐 초급 한국어 교재가 뭐 그렇다는 뜻이
예,
아니었고, 네.
혹시 그 교재도 한번 보시고 또 그 교재도 그런 문제점이 있으면 저한테 나중에 피드백을 좀 주시기 바랍니다. 제가 그 교재를 전체적으로 만드는데 책임을 지는 사람이기 때문에. 네, 감사합니다. 예.
네.
자, 이제 네 번째 발표까지 들었고요. 자, 다음 발표는 모스코 스테이트 링귀스틱 유니버시티에 계신 그 모조 타티아나 선생님께서 역량 중심 접근법, 그러니까 모스코 스테이트 링귀스틱 유니버시티의 한노 번역 수업 사례를 중심으로 해서 발표해 주시겠습니다. 네, 타티아나 교수님 부탁합니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 화면이 잘 보이십니까?
네, 보입니다.
네, 제가 모스크바 국립외국어대학교 동양어 학과 학과장 모조 타티아나입니다. 우선 오늘 이 자리에서 발표할 기회를 주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 제가 준비를 많이 했는데 주어진 시간 안에 준비한 내용을 다 발표할 수 있는지 모르겠어요. 그래서 걱정이에요. 저 오늘 역량 중심 접근법과 번역 평가에 대해서 얘기해 보려고 합니다. 예, 그럼 발표를 시작하겠습니다. 네, 러시아는 21세기 초에 구소련 때부터 유지해왔던 대학 교육 과정을 역량 기반이라는 접근 방식을 사용하여 새롭게 개혁했습니다. 교육 과정에 대한 역량 중심 접근은 대학 교육의 궁극적 목적, 지식을 전달하는 것보다 학생들의 역량 형성에 초점을 두는 것으로 몰로냐 프로세스에 따른 교육 개편과 맞물려 러시아에서 주목받고 있는 접근이라고 할 수 있습니다. 번역가가 갖추어야 할 전문적 소행 능력은 교수법 및 실제 번역 수업 관련 연구들이 잘 보여주듯이 한마디로 정의되기 어렵습니다. 역량 중심 접근은 이처럼 정의되기 어려운 번역가의 역량을 개설하기 위한 시도들 중 하나입니다. 역량 중심 접근은 교육의 결과에 강초점을 두는 접근으로 이때 교육의 결과는 학습자가 습득한 정보의 총합이 아니라 학습자가 다양한 상황에서 활용할 수 있는 능력을 가리킵니다. 역량 중심 접근에서는 교수자와 교육 내용보다 학습자와 그에게서 기대되는 교육의 결과가 훨씬 더 중요합니다. 따라서 교육 과정의 방향이 학습자에게 맞추어져 있습니다. 따라서 역량 중심 접근에서 역량이라는 영어는 번역가에게 필수적인 내적 자원들과 관련되며 실제적 수행을 위한 일종의 알고리즘, 시나리오, 규칙이라고 할 수 있습니다. 반면 전문적 능력이라는 영어는 번역가가 주어진 과제를 수행하기 위해 활용하는 역량들을 선택, 조합, 동원하는 능력을 가리킵니다. 전문적 능력은 전문적 수준의 작업을 수행하는 데 필요한 활동 주체의 특성, 지식, 인지적 역량 등을 검토하는 것이라고 할 수 있습니다. 의사소통 능력이 언어적 인격을 반영하고 있듯이 전문적 수행 능력 역시 전문적 인격을 반영하고 있습니다. 현재 번역학에서는 보편적으로 수용되는 번역 역량 및 번역 역량의 구성 요소에 대한 정의는 없습니다. 우선 몰프람 빌스는 번역 역량은 세 개의 주요 요소로 구성된다고 일찍이 설명했는데 이 세 요소는 출발 언어 수용 역량, 목표 언어 재생 역량, 그리고 조역량입니다. 여기서 강조되는 바는 한 언어에서 다른 언어로 전달하는 것만으로 충분하지 않고 전략적인 전환이 필요하다는 것입니다. 러시아 번역학에서 번역가의 역량을 강조한 선구자들 중 한 사람으로는 슈비츠를 꼽을 수 있습니다. 슈비츠는 번역가가 갖춰야 할 역량을 다음의 6가지로 제시했는데 언어적 능숙함과 번역 기술 외에도 문화적 지식과 배경 지식을 강조하고 있음을 확인할 수 있습니다. 다른 언어와 다른 문화권에 속한 언어 사용자의 입장에서 텍스트를 이해하고 해석하는 능력, 둘째 번역 기술, 셋째 언어와 번역의 규범들에 대한 지식, 넷째 번역 전략의 선택을 결정하는 번역 규범들에 대한 지식, 다섯째 텍스트의 문체와 창의 규범들에 대한 지식, 그리고 여섯째 출발 텍스트에 적합한 해석을 위해 필요한 최소한의 일정한 배경 지식, 특히 성공적인 전문적 번역을 위해 필요한 대상에 대한 지식이라고 불리는 것입니다. 유사한 구성 요소가 코미사라프의 연구에서도 제시됩니다. 코미사라프는 번역 교육에서 언어적 인격을 형성하는 것이 매우 중요하다고 강조하는데 이 언어적 인격은 번역과 관련이 없는 일반적 인격과 매우 다른 특성들을 지니고 있습니다. 카미사라프에 따르면 번역가는 특수한 언어적, 텍스트 구성적, 의사소통적, 기술적 인격적 역량을 지녀야 합니다. 프랑스 연구자 질은 이처럼 추출된 번역가의 역량들의 일반적인 교양, 번역 텍스트를 편집할 수 있는 능력, 번역에서 요구되는 사항들에 대한 지식, 번역 시장에 대한 지식, 정보 검색 도구에 대한 지식을 또 합니다. 이렇듯 번역에 대한 기능적 접근 방식에서는 번역 역량 전문적인 소통 역량으로 간주합니다. 여기서 말하는 소통 역량 개념은 제2언어 습득력 분야에서 온 것입니다. 유사한 현상에 초점을 맞추고 있기는 하지만 제2언어 습득력 분야와 번역학 분야는 전통적으로 지식 및 이론을 공유하거나 교류하지는 않았습니다. 그러나 최근 들어 두 영역 간 상호 교류가 이루어지고 있습니다. 이러한 상호 교류는 통번역 교육 및 평가 분야에서의 최근 연구가 발달되어 점차 확산되어 있습니다. 제2언어 습득론과 평가 이론 간에도 융합이 일어나고 있는데 특히 언어 능력 및 분석 기술 텍스트와 관련하여 이러한 현상을 볼 수 있습니다. 소통적 번역 역량의 구성 6틀을 만들기 위해 소통적 역량에 관한 이론을 이해하고 이론적으로 견실한 평가를 하는 것은 중요합니다. 제2언어 습득론 및 언어 평가 분야에서 널리 사용되는 소통적 역량 모델 중 하나는 마흐만이 제안한 것입니다. 마흐만의 모델은 소통의 역학적 측면, 그 증명들이 어떻게 구성되어 있는지와 관련된 조직적 역량, 그리고 구체적인 상황에서 언어가 어떻게 사용되는지와 관련된 활용적 역량으로 나뉩니다. 다음 슬라이드로 넘어가겠습니다. 현재 러시아 고등교육기관에서는 예전과 마찬가지로 번역 역량이 재개화되지 못하고 그 범위가 한정되지 않아서 기본 교육 프로그램 개발하고 성공적으로 실현하는데 많은 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 폴로비첸카 연구자가 지적하고 있듯이 이 문제의 해결이 지체된 까닭은 번역 분야의 전문적 표준이 아직 없다는 데서 찾을 수 있습니다. 2016년에서야 러시아 번역가 협회는 번역 분야의 전문적 표준 개발에 착수했으나 아직 결과가 나오지 않았으며 전문가들 사이에 열띤 토론이 계속되고 있습니다. 다음으로 제가 재직 중인 모스크바 국립외국어대학교에서 한어 번역 교육 어떤 방식으로 하고 있는지 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 간단하게 저희 학교에 대해서 몇 가지 말씀을 간단하게 드리겠습니다. 90년 역사를 지닌 저희 학교는 10만 명이 넘는 수준 높은 전문가들을 배출했습니다. 그들 중 대다수는 소비에트 연방 시절에도 그랬듯이 오늘날에도 연방 및 주요 수준의 기관들에서 충책을 맡고 있으며 해외에서 러시아의 이해를 대변하고 있습니다. 모스크바 국립외국어대학교 출신인 유명한 동번역가들이 꽤 많습니다. 대통령이나 고위급 인사의 통역을 맡는 통역사의 대부분이 저희 학교를 나왔습니다. 네, 오늘날 모스크바 국립외국어대학교에는 9개 학부가 설치되어 있으며 외국어 및 통번역 교육 분야에서 본부적 위치를 차지하고 있습니다. 현재 저희 대학교에서는 한국어를 포함해서 39개 언어 교육이 이루어지고 있습니다. 저희 학과가 맡고 있는 전공은 통번역학 및 번역의 이론과 실제 및 통역의 기초입니다. 현재 전문사 과정에서 가르치는 한국어 번역 실습 수업을 바탕으로 역량 중심 접근법이 어떻게 실현되고 있는지 살펴보겠습니다. 러시아 고등교육기관에서는 각 교과를 위한 교수 요목이 개발되어 있습니다. 교과의 교수 요목은 학습 내용의 습득을 위한 구체적 프로그램으로 고등 전문 교육, 국가 교육 기준에 맞춰져 있으며 각 전공에 따른 고등 교육의 특성이 고려되어 있습니다. 제1외국어 번역 실습 교과는 교과 중에 필수 과목 영역에 속해 있습니다. 이 교과를 수강하는 학생은 한국어에 대한 기본 지식, 역량, 등용 기술을 이미 갖추고 있어야 합니다. 이러한 외국어 지식 및 역량은 제1외국어 실습에서 습득됩니다. 이 교과를 이수한 학생은 교수 요목에 명시된 역량들을 위한 지식, 능력, 등용 기술들을 습득하게 됩니다. 학습 결과는 지식 및 실제 영역으로 구분됩니다. 교수 요목에 명시된 역량들은 일반 교양 역량, 일반 전문 역량, 그리고 전문 역량 등으로 나뉩니다. 내용적 측면에서 번역 실습 수업은 몇 가지 파트로 나눠져 있습니다. 각 파트는 몇 가지 주제를 포함하고 있습니다. 파트는 모두 6개입니다. 이렇게 있습니다. 파트 학습이 끝날 때 평가되어야 할 역량들이 이렇게 간단하게 정해져 있는데 물론 보다 다양한 번역 역량을 평가할 수 있는 평가 기준표를 개발할 필요가 있다고 봅니다. 평가 기준표는 좀 더 체계적이고 정괄적인 채점을 가능하게 하기 때문에 테스트에서 널리 활용되고 있습니다. 기존의 번역 평가 방식은 번역 역량에 대한 협의의 정의를 기반으로 하여 언어적 역량에 주된 초점을 두고 있으나 활용적 역량 등을 충분히 반영하지 못하는 단점이 있습니다. MSLU뿐만 아니라 대부분의 러시아 대학들은 이러한 번역 평가 방식을 채택하고 있습니다. 소통적 번역 역량 구성 요소는 바흐만 커미사라프를 기반으로 하여 다음과 같이 분류할 수 있습니다. 어휘 문법적 역량, 텍스트적 역량, 활용적 역량, 전략적 도구적 역량, 기술적 역량, 인격적 역량으로 분류할 수 있습니다. 이와 같은 번역 역량을 구성하는 하부 요소는 다음과 같습니다. 어휘 문법적 역량, 텍스트적 역량, 활용적 역량, 전략 도구적 역량, 기술적 역량입니다. 넘어갈게요. 네. 지금까지 번역 역량에 대한 구성 요소들을 간단하게 살펴봤고요. 이를 바탕으로 이 요소들을 평가 기준표에 어떻게 반영할 수 있는지 논의해 보겠습니다. 번역 역량 평가 시 어휘 문법적, 텍스트적, 활용적, 전략도구적, 기술적 역량은 채점이 가능합니다. 그러나 인격 역량은 번역 역량 평가에서 객관적으로 평가하기 어렵습니다. 따라서 인격 역량은 번역 역량 평가의 대상에 포함할 수 없다고 하더라도 번역 학습의 교수자는 학생들이 번역 인격 역량을 형성하고 개발할 수 있도록 고민해야 합니다. 이 부분은 번역 평가 기준 개발에서 여전히 숙제로 남아 있습니다. 따라서 여기서 제시되는 평가 기준표에서는 어휘 문법적 역량, 텍스트적 역량, 활용적 역량, 전략 도구적 역량, 기술적 역량의 하부 요소를 활용하고자 합니다. 다음 표는 번역 실습 수업 시간에 번역 역량 평가 시 사용되는 평가 기준표입니다. 평가 기준표는 대부분의 러시아 대학교에서 채택된 점수 체계에 따라 4개 레벨로 구성되어 있습니다. 평가 기준표 범주의 정의 및 그에 대한 설명은 다음과 같습니다. 어휘 문법적 역량은 언어적 역량을 보여주는 범주이며 두 언어의 문법적 및 어휘적 능력을 포함하는 것입니다. 이는 번역 텍스트 채점 시 가장 비중 있게 다루어지는 범주입니다. 텍스트적 역량은 목표 언어 장애에 따라 텍스트가 어떻게 연결되고 구성되는지에 대해 응시자가 어느 정도의 지식을 갖고 있는지 보여주는 범주입니다. 장애에 대한 지식은 번역된 텍스트의 목적 및 주제적 구조에 따라 적절하게 장과 단락으로 나누는 능력을 포함합니다. 활용적 역량은 번역에서 목표 언어의 기능적, 사회문화적 측면을 활용하는 응시자의 능력을 측정할 수 있는 범주입니다. 언어의 기능적 측면은 목표 텍스트가 목표 언어에 의도된 기능을 얼마나 달성하느냐를 바탕으로 판단할 수 있습니다. 언어의 사회 문화적 측면은 목표 텍스트에서 얼마나 적절하게 언어 사용력을 나타내는지, 즉 구문 및 단어 선택 시 표현되는 적절성 정도를 통해 파악할 수 있습니다. 전략 도구적 역량은 번역 시 문제되는 부분에 증명했을 때 전략을 적용하고 참고 자료를 활용하는 것을 포함하는 범주입니다. 이는 목표 텍스트에서 번역 시 문제되는 부분이 얼마나 잘 파악되었고 성공적으로 해결되었는지를 측정하는 것입니다. 여기에는 언어 또는 주제에 대한 지식에 있어서 간극이 부족할 경우 이를 극복하기 위해 참고 자료를 적절하게 사용하는 것을 포함됩니다. 기술적 역량은 번역 변환 정의에 대해 잘 알고 효과적으로 다양한 번역 변환 방법 등을 사용할 수 있는지를 평가하는 범주입니다. 평가 기준에 따르면 등급은 2등급부터 5등급까지로 나뉩니다. 2등급은 번역 능력이 없음을 의미하는 것으로 2등급은 받는 학생은 실제로 거의 없습니다. 5등급은 특별히 우수한 역량을 보이는 경우입니다. 본 연구에서 역량 중심 접근법과 번역 역량이 무엇이고 번역 평가 시 어떤 평가 기준을 사용할 수 있는지에 대해 살펴봤습니다. 역량 기반 접근이 21세기에 들어 러시아 교육 분야에 도입된 후 모든 교육기관의 교육 과정을 대부분 이 접근법에 기반을 두고 있습니다. 이러한 배경하에 본고에서는 모스크바 국립외국어대학교 교수 연목에서 어떻게 번역 역량을 분류하는지 번역 평가 방식이 어떤지에 대해 살펴봤습니다. 오늘 저의 발표에서 제시된 기준들이 한화 번역 평가 기준 개발에 약 하나마 도움이 되기를 바랍니다. 발표를 들어주셔서 감사합니다. 이것으로 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다.
네. 타케하라 교수님이 정말 많은 내용을 준비해 주셨는데 시간을 많이 못 들여서 너무 죄송하게 생각하고 이 자료는 이렇게 발표자들이나 다른 분들하고 좀 공유를 했으면 좋겠다는 생각이 들고요. 저도 뭐 한국어 교육을 하고 있긴 하지만 이 번역에 관련돼서는 아주 깊이 있게 생각은 못 해봤는데 오늘 선생님이 얘기하신 이 역량이 무려 5가지의 역량에다 인격적 역량까지 포함을 해야 되니까 번역가는 거의 뭐 완벽한 인간이 아닐까. 두 나라의 언어와 문화를 이해하는데 거의 완벽한 인간이 되어야 이 번역이 가능할 것 같아서 이 새삼스럽게 다시 번역하시는 분들의 능력을 다시 한번 이렇게 바라보게 되는 생각이 듭니다. 저도 지금 최근에 그 번역된 그 책들을 하나 읽고 있는데 다시 한번 생각하게 되네요. 이 번역이 왜 이렇게 어렵게 됐지 하고 하면서도 그만큼 이 많은 역량들이 요구되고 있구나라는 생각을 하게 됩니다. 러시아 전체가 그 교육과 관련해서 역량 중심의 그 지침을 가지고 그 기준을 가지고 인재들을 길러내고 있다는 생각이 들고 또 특별히 이 한국어와 러시아 사이의 번역에 있어서 그 모스크바 국립외국어대학에서 끼치는 영향이 매우 크다라는 것을 이번 발표를 통해서 다시 한번 알게 됐습니다. 예, 감사합니다, 교수님. 예, 이제 오늘 세션의 마지막 발표입니다. State Academic University for the Humanities의 류드밀라 교수님께서 Actual Point of Teaching Korean at the University Level in Russia 라고 하는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 마지막 발표 듣겠습니다.
네, 잘 보셨어요?
네, 교수님 화면을 공유해 주시고요.
잘 보셔요? Dear colleagues, let me greet everyone and thank for invitation to take part in such interesting conference. The title of my speech is Actual Points of Teaching Korean at the University Level in Russia. So I'd like to share my own thoughts about the situation of teaching Korean in Russian universities with you. As far as you know, 여러분, 저를 잘 들으세요?
화면이 안 보여요.
안 보여요?
네.
지금도?
네.
왜 그런지 잘 모르겠습니다. 정말.
선생님 다시 해보세요. 화면 공유.
Сейчас видно, нет?
됐어요.
네.
Да, не видно мое?
Да, видно, видно.
Спасибо.
Видно сейчас.
The title of my speech is Actual Points of Teaching Korean at the University Level in Russia. So, I'd like to share my own thoughts about the situation of teaching Korean in Russian universities with you. As far as you know, 30 years ago, Korean as a foreign language got popularity thanks for its South version, Pyongyang, and the massive experiment known as teaching Korean by native speakers began. Students have been getting close to pictures of Korean culture and specific features of Korean lifestyle for the first time in their native cities and towns, and then when taking part in the programs of exchange with Korea. It was so exciting in the 90s, and it was such different from the real life in Russia, so that the majority of the so-called first students, especially from the farthest region, went to the Republic of Korea to work and live there as a result. That part of graduating students who couldn't find or didn't not work with native speakers have changed their occupation at all. For example, 2 of my group mates are living in Seoul. 3 are working with the Korean language in Russia, and 5 are not able even to remember what Hangul is. Just the same for the next generations. So now we feel a lack of Russian-speaking teachers of Korean. And moreover, we feel lack of such methodology research schools, like we can see for English, French, Chinese, and so on. Unfortunately, we feel it. But we need them. We do need. If you ask me about the reasons, I would tell you we can't ignore the popularity of Korean in non-linguistic spheres, such as computer science or medicine, or maybe shipbuilding or economics, where Korean must be taught and learned as a tool of cross-cultural professional communication. Have you seen Korean good textbooks for these purposes? Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. So we need them. We do need. Along these, I can understand you ask me, you are the textbooks maker, so it's your business to make these textbooks. You can reproach me. However, it's a very hard work to do by one person. It took 20 years for me to make not more than 10 textbooks. And they're not for Korean for specific purposes like ESP. Here I mean English for specific purposes as an analogy. We even don't have a full set of textbooks for Korean as a foreign language for Russian students, which are able to become cultural mediator in attempts to achieve mutually beneficial results of communication with Korean native speakers. As for me, I lead a work group. Those members couldn't only listen, read, write, and speak Korean fluently, but also have a background in teaching methodology or share my own theology approaches. The best position is to get some followers in research, and I had a method too, but I wasn't lucky. My colleagues in teaching methods for English, French, Deutsch, and other European languages, who are also lecturing on the teaching methods to Korean studying students, have their own opinion about how to train students who are going to become teachers of Korean. In their opinion, it's not important to consider specific features of the Korean language and culture and take them into consideration while teaching. Okay, let it be. But we still have no skillful teachers, neither good textbooks in Korean, unfortunately. But we need them, indeed. The second great problem is specialty which is called Oriental Studies in a very broad sense. I mean Dongyang. Do you know anybody among the current students who will work according to this specialty? I don't know. And the University of Managers don't know. Now, everyone wants to have some business with the farthest region countries, and more universities want Oriental Studies as a program too. But as a teacher, I need to know the specific aim of teaching and the set of specific competencies to make good results. But nowadays, manager insists on only lexical and grammar material, and that is all they would like to consider. The translation. And there is not any model or vision of graduate path. There are two great problems of teaching Korean and the university level today. There is necessity to have skillful teachers and university managers who are capable to organize teaching Korean and as a foreign language with a proper quality. Thank you very much for your attention.
네, 감사합니다. 마지막 발표를 아주 깔끔하게 마무리해주셨습니다. 시간이 지금 5시 7분인데 저희가 약속된 시간이 거기 시간으로 11시 15분, 여기 시간으로 5시 15분인데 한 8분 정도 시간이 남았습니다. 오늘 혹시 발표를 들은 내용 중에 선생님들께서 좀 하고 싶은 말씀들이 있으시거나 아니면 서로 이렇게 좀 질문하실 거리들이 있으면 편하게, 시간이 많지는 않지만 해주시면 좋겠습니다.
예, 제가 하나의 질문 있는데요.
예, 마리아 선생님. 예.
네, 잠법상 선생님께 드릴 질문인데 이렇게 많은 러시아어 관용 표현을 또 예로 들면서 또 이렇게 의식 주문화, 러시아 의식 주문화 그리고 한국 의식 주문화를 이렇게 비교해 보셨는데 사실 그 예로 드신 그 관용 표현을 러시아 관용 표현을 보면서 든 생각이 좀 요즘 젊은 사람들이 정말 알고 있는 그런 관용 표현들인가 그런 질문이 들었습니다. 제가 틀릴 수도 있지만 젊은 사람 요즘 학생들 세대가 많은 관용 표현을 또 무슨 뜻인지 모르고 또 어떻게 쓸 줄 모르지도 하는 그런 좀 질문이 들었는데요.
네, 정 교수님.
네. 저도 이걸 조사를 하면서 그런 생각을 했어요. 이제 관용어라는 것이 이제 특정 상황에서 사용되기는 하지만 사용되지 않는 이제 표현들이 많아지고 있기도 하고요. 그래서 이제 상투어라는 표현이 있지 않습니까? 상투어가 습관적으로 사용해서 진부한 단어라는 의미인데요. 러시아어로도 이제 바나나 프라자라거나 이런 표현이 있잖아요. 그것처럼 자주 사용되지는 않지만 그 특정한 표현이 이제 고전 문학이나 이제 문학 소설들에 많이 사용이 되고 있어서 사용 빈도는 떨어진다 하더라도 확실히 남아 있고 지금 현대 사회에서도 사용되고 있는 표현임에는 다름이 없기 때문에 그런 표현들을 이해할 수 있으면 좋다라고 생각을 하고요. 그리고 두 번째로는 이런 표현들을 이해할 수 있다는 것은 상대방의 문화를 그만큼 더 깊이 있게 이해할 수 있는 것이기 때문에 한국어를 사용하는 한국인과 한국어를 학습한 러시아 학생이 대화를 할 때 보다 깊이 있는 의사소통이 가능해질 수 있기 때문에 이런 그 상투어도 알고 이해할 수 있으면 좋다라고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 네, 이렇게 조사를 하게 됐습니다.
네, 감사합니다.
아마 마리아 선생님은 좀 젊으시고 장 선생님은 좀 나이가 있으시고 그래서 뭐 그런 물론 뭐 저도 나이가 많기 때문에 뭐 잘 이해 못하는 부분도 있고 뭐 저는 러시아를 잘 모르니까 더구나 이해를 잘 못하는 거일 수도 있겠습니다. 예. 혹시 시간이 조금 한 4분 정도 남았습니다. 혹시 또 다른 질문이 또 있으신가요? 네. 이 시대에 가장 중요한 질문은 잘 살아있냐죠. 그렇죠? 당신은 잘 살아있으니까 잘 지내고 있으니까가 제일 중요한 질문인 것 같습니다. 거기에 대해서 우리가 잘 살고 있어 이렇게 대답하는 게 너무 중요하죠. 네. 자, 원래 계획대로라면 저는 지금 그 모스크바에서 여러분들을 만나고 있었어야 되는데 정말 이 참 말도 안 되는 이런 그 팬데믹 상황 때문에 너무나 아쉽게도 제가 러시아 모스크바를 2번째 방문할 수 있는 기회를 놓쳐서 너무 아쉽게 생각합니다. 하지만 작은 인원이 모여있지만 오늘 발표해 주신 김우조 선생님, 장범석 선생님, 그 다음에 마리아 선생님, 타티아나 선생님, 류드밀라 선생님 다 감사드리고 나중에 우리가 좋은 기회가 되면 다시 오프라인에서 만나서 서로 이야기하고 또 공부 얘기를 함께 나누는 시간이 되었으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 이상으로 한국과 러시아와 한국과의 수교 30주년을 기념하는 학술대회 Teaching Korean Language 세션의 모든 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 모두 건강하시고 행복하시기 바랍니다. 고맙습니다.
네, 감사드립니다.
감사합니다.
안녕히 계세요.
안녕히 계세요.
네.
Okay. Hello, everybody. We are beginning our session, Chinese, Japanese, and South Korean involvement in Central Asia, which is, of course, very important topic currently. And we're happy to have experts, very good experts and well-known experts on this topic from various parts of the world. Our first speaker would be Dr. Nikolai Murashkin, who is, according to my intelligence sources, is a research fellow at Agata Sadako Research Institute for Peace and Development at the moment. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he's a well-known author on Japanese policies and strategy in Central Asia. His book was published this year with it entitled Japan and the New Silk Road, Connectivity, Diplomacy and Development. And because his topic has the similar title, I think he's going to talk to speak on the basis of this book. Yes, Dr. Murashkin, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Professor Lukin, and many thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to speak at the conference. I'm very honored and pleased to be contributing. I will now share my screen. I think it's one of the, I hope it works. So if I do this, do you see my screen? I'm trying to do the slideshow.
Well, I can see.
Is the presentation visible?
Yes.
Thank you. Just doing the slideshow. I'm going to do the slideshow from the beginning. Yes, excellent. So yeah, thanks again. Just a short disclaimer. I am indeed a research fellow at Research Institute for Peace and Development in Tokyo, as Professor Lukin has introduced me kindly. I will, however, be speaking today in my personal capacity. And indeed, as Professor Lukin has outlined, this presentation is based on my book. Sorry, yes, it's based on my book, which is in turn is based on my doctoral and postdoctoral research that I have conducted prior to joining the Jaiko Gata Sadako Institute. So with that in mind, I will proceed in my strictly personal capacity. Now, this is the book, and I can show you the actual physical hard copy. I finally got hold of it. It started as a PhD and then moved into a postdoctoral dimension and was published early this year. So just to summarize the kind of key points, key findings of the book is that it is a study of Japanese involvement in post-Soviet Central Asian countries since their independence in 1991. I use the term involvement on purpose because I'm trying to show, different aspects of foreign policy beyond strictly diplomatic strategy, beyond strictly the activity of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And I'm trying to examine the reasons for progress and stagnation in the relationship between Japan and the countries of the region. And as I've said, I'm trying to focus on the diplomatic impact that has been made on this concept and incipient reality of the New Silk Road by various Japanese actors. By actors, I mean officials and organizations beyond formal diplomacy. So I'm trying to address the so-called who in Japan questions. Whenever we try to talk about Japanese foreign policy, we say Japan does this, Japan does that. Who in Japan, what specific political constituency, what specific actor. So, and as you will see later, I'm trying to really give a close up to the Ministry of Finance, to the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, and to various other actors. But also it's that the extant literature has, pretty extensively examined the topic, especially focusing on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And in this panel, we have other speakers who have published and researched the topic quite extensively. So my focus is also shaped by that sort of state of the literature. The context that I'm locating my research in is partially the debate on on the nature of Japan's foreign policy, and that debate has often been: is Japanese foreign policy proactive? Is it reactive? What does reactive mean? What does it react to? Another dimension that where Japanese foreign policy has been interpreted in, especially with regards to Central Asia, is what are the dominant currents in the approach? Is it realism? Is it idealism? Is it the developmentalism, especially something that I'm looking at? Or is it mercantilism? But also, what sort of mix of all of the above are we looking at? The point that I'm making, and I'm kind of unabashedly borrowing terms from physics without being a physicist, so if there are any physicists, please don't take it too seriously. I'm using the term oscillation in that the Japanese foreign policy oscillated between various options, namely various aspects of the above. So there was a sort of oscillation, колебание in Russian we might say, and then it proceeded to damping, which is another term in physics. Again, I'm only borrowing the metaphor to illustrate. And damping is in Russian затухающее колебание. So it was oscillating, and then it kind of gradually stabilized. You can do it with if you have a pen, the pen will sort of gradually, you can shake it and then it will stop. So the idea being that it's now a more firm, more stable policy course with less, maybe less hesitant movements in between the options. I argue that Japan's impact on Central Asia and connectivity has been underappreciated in excellent scholarship, in the sense that Japan's infrastructural footprint in the New Silk Road region significantly predated China's Belt and Road Initiative. The reason I use the BRI here is that the BRI has become a major watershed milestone for connectivity projects in Asia. I also stress the fact that the financial and policy contribution, including indirect contributions, so not just the money is disbursed, the amount is disbursed, but various policy decisions. So that sort of contribution made by Japanese officials was of sizable scale, fairly comparable to at least the early stage of the BRI in terms of disbursement, or in more specific terms, billions of dollars, or maybe dozens of billions of dollars. But that's, of course, we can discuss the actual scale. And it's important to note that Japan was the first major power outside of post-Soviet Central Asia and Eurasia to articulate that sort of dedicated Silk Road diplomacy, a diplomacy that conspicuously, deliberately used the term Silk Road vis-a-vis the region. And it was the first to sponsor sort of pivotal assistance among such powers. Moving on. So this is just the table of contents, really, right? This is how the chapters read. The first chapter is more on diplomacy per se, so it's about diplomatic strategy, talking about the importance of security, resources, and humanitarianism on Japan's diplomatic agenda in Central Asia. Chapter 2 then looks more into the partisan, the party factor of this diplomacy, because I look at the period when the Democratic Party of Japan has been in power. And so I examined continuity and change, and also to what extent there was inertia, which is a pretty strong force in politics, as we all know. Chapter 3 then looks at specifically Japan's aid in the New Silk Road, and aid here means both financial flows, but also intellectual aid, policy advice on reforms. And I look at developmentalism. Sometimes there has been some securitization of that aid. And also I provocatively argue that one of the outcomes of that policy may have been a likely prototype for the Belt and Road. Chapter 4 is about the energy Silk Road, that is specifically Central Asia's resources and their role in attracting Japanese corporate actors and Japanese policymakers in that specific field. And I look at anticipation and adaptation or adaptation. And finally, I look at this topic of Sino-Japanese interaction in Asian connectivity. It's often been framed as, sort of rivalry. And in my view, that narrative is a little bit, well, it's certainly, to the point, but I think we should not overlook cooperative dynamics in that relationship, even though we were witnessing some trends of potentially weaponizing of infrastructure finance and development finance. How am I doing with timing? I have about, 10 more minutes, is that right? Or do I have a bit more because we've started a bit later?
Let me check. I think we have 4 speakers, so I think like 10-15 minutes totally.
Okay.
Or maybe 20 minutes. Yes, I think it was set 20 minutes. So you have like more than 10 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. I will proceed then with a bit more on this slide on the chapters. So yeah, here I provide in a nutshell, what is it that I say in those chapters? First, I provide an overview of Japanese foreign policy from the viewpoint of diplomatic history, addressing the critical junctures, key policy constituencies and domestic stakeholders and principal fields of interaction, and also the extant literature. Secondly, in the second chapter, I do try to see if there has been and what has been the differentiation of the Democratic Party of Japan from the liberal Democratic Party governments, and whether the factions and parties mattered. The answer is in a nutshell, not so much, but that's you can read more in detail in the book. Thirdly, and that's something that I will talk a bit more about, and that's that the Japanese aid became a key factor, in my view, in shaping the overall relationship, had consequences beyond it, and went through stages of euphoria and to some extent fatigue. But also after that, there was a bit of a rebound, as I will show in a chronology in the next slide. And the critical impact that I would like to point out here is that key Japanese officials and their ability to provide policy and reform advice, which is what I've called earlier intellectual aid, that ability was combined with the actual power to influence disbursement decisions, financial aid decisions, without, however, political conditionality, as is often the case, for instance, in the case of North American or Western European aid donors. And that contrast was particularly visible in perhaps the 1990s and the early 2000s. Now, from the mid-2000s, Japan's position in that field has become more contested by the donors that used to be called back then emerging, or some of them are still called emerging, namely concessional lenders such as Chinese organizations and South Korean organizations. Moving on to the chapter 4, which is about resources, I argue that strategic importance of Central Asian resources for Japan and Japan's competition for those resources with other powers were often exaggerated in extant literature, in my view. And another important point is that, again, we're trying to sort of diversify that rivalry narrative, the competition narrative, and in my view, Japanese officials and companies did consider and proposed cooperation with Chinese and Korean counterparts. For instance, you can see in some of the sources, I think it was published by JETRO in publications by Japanese External Trade Organization, they were making the case for Nikkan Renke, so cooperation between Japan and Korea. That was back in 2010. As we know now, the relationship is at a low point, so that's possibly would be hard to imagine rhetoric like this coming out now. But it's important to note that there was the instance of this kind of proposals. And Japan Inc., moving on to the next point, Japan Inc., which is the metaphor for Japanese companies, showed both anticipation and adaptation in its Central Asian operations in the context of commodity cycles. What I'm saying by this is that it's important to consider, cyclicality of prices, the so-called commodity super cycles, when we are looking at what Japanese companies have been doing, and whether we consider them, as reacting or catching up. They're not only reacting to the environment of their competitors, but they're also responding to how the prices fluctuate or how they anticipate these prices to fluctuate, and that, in my view, hasn't been sufficiently addressed in the previous literature. And finally, in the 5th chapter, I say that Japan's infrastructural initiatives shouldn't be reduced to a reaction to Belt and Road, because often you can see it in the media discourses that Japan reacts, counterpunches, does tit for tat strategy for Belt and Road. I think that's a bit reductive because Japan's infrastructural initiatives predate the BRI, and they were visible under different Japanese governments. That is, the governments in Japan that some of them were, sort of conservative, having a hawkish position vis-a-vis China, or at least perceived that way, while others were comparatively China friendlier, and they still perceived the policy of promoting exports of infrastructure. And this is a part of an even longer history of regional infrastructural financial initiatives, including some of them that were just before the BRI. So the dynamics here are not only competition, but also cooperation. And another point that I'd like to make is that, in my view, there has been instances of socialization made or attempted by some Japanese officials, perhaps vis-a-vis China in that field. Namely, this is the case of the Quality Infrastructure Initiative, at least according to some interpretations. And then, yeah, also in that chapter, I try to differentiate between perspectives from, again, going at the subnational level between various policy constituencies and ministries in both Japan and China, where you might have one point of view among foreign ministries, but somewhat different points of view among ministries of finance and economy ministries. So just to provide a chronology and address the topic, this is something that has been researched by literature, but introduced the subject so that it's more clearer in case someone in the audience hasn't been researching it in detail. So just to trace the milestones, in 1992 there was the establishment of the diplomatic relations between Japan and Central Asian countries. Then what's important, Japan's officials in the Ministry of Finance strongly backed aid mechanisms for the region through the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, DAC, Development Assistance Committee, and supported membership of Central Asia both in European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the Asian Development Bank. So you have a double regional membership, and that facilitated the access of Central Asian countries to capital. It was, I think, then that there was this sort of informal supervision or patronage of sorts of Japanese officials inside the EBRD vis-a-vis Central Asian operations and projects as part of sort of division of labor. So that was the sort of first stage in the relationship. Then between 1997 and 2001, there was a new second period of the relationship, which started with the announcement of the Eurasian diplomacy from the Pacific by Prime Minister Hashimoto Utaro. And that included the closer cooperation with Russia and the Silk Road countries. What's important to note is that in Hashimoto's Eurasian diplomacy from the Pacific, while there was the first time the term Silk Road countries was evoked, that concept was also addressing China and Russia. So it was not a concept that would be kind of separately dealing with various major actors in Eurasia, but sort of trying to treat them together. Then there was the follow-up to that by Prime Minister Obuchi when the Silk Road Action Plan was announced. It included supporting democracy and economic reforms, reconstructing transport infrastructure. So we see that continuity already early on in the late 90s. And the plan also addressed mineral resources, something that has been a recurrent subject of the relationship. I'm not putting it here as a milestone, but it's important to note 2001 and 2002, because this is when the date of 9/11 and subsequent ISAF operation in Afghanistan, because that is when under Prime Minister Koizumi, Japanese foreign policy towards the region has gained a sort of securitization aspect in the sense of indirectly helping the ISAF coalition operation. It didn't fully change the relationship, but it became a new, very important element in it. In 2004, Foreign Minister Kawaguchi Yoriko introduced the framework known as Central Asia plus Japan that has been working ever since. And that framework was inspired by Japan's multilateralism with Southeast Asia. And what's interesting about this format is that it later has been reproduced by, for instance, the United States. And Also recently, I think, well, it was in the news that Russia has been also trying to approach Central Asian countries, not only bilaterally, as has been the tradition, but also in the kind of 1+5 or 5+1 framework. I'm not suggesting there was a direct sort of relationship between the concepts, but it's interesting to see that that trend has been evoked by Japan back 16 years ago. Another milestone was in 2006 when the Foreign Ministry, headed by Foreign Minister Aso Taro, and several key officials, they came up with the concept of arc of freedom and prosperity that was oft debated. Didn't really materialize, but it became a sort of point of debate between Japan, China, and to an extent Russia. And this is when, in 2006, Prime Minister Koizumi became the first prime minister to ever visit the region, namely the two countries. Subsequently, when Prime Minister Abe became prime minister for the first time, his Ministry of Economy head Amari Akira, visited Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan with an emphasis on resource diplomacy. In 2009, there was an interesting potential turning point, also didn't materialize, but I think it's important to bring it up. This is when Aso Taro has become prime minister, and he proposed the concept of Eurasian crossroads, which would be developing north-south and east-west corridors in Eurasia with focus on ports, rail and road infrastructure, and using Japan's technologies. Now, in the same year, just a few months later, another party came to power. There was a change of power. So the Eurasian crossroads concept didn't materialize, didn't eventuate. It's hard to say whether it would. That would be counterfactual. But I think it's important to note that this idea has been sticking around since that time, and that was a bilateral concept. Then there was a change of power between 2009 and 2012, and the interesting part here is that this is when the damping, not to be confused with dumping, so there was less oscillation involved, and there was a shift from a mix of pragmatism and value-oriented diplomacy, which was the case under Abe and especially Koizumi, to more clear-cut pragmatism and business-as-usual approach under the DPJ cabinets. And then when Prime Minister Abe returned to power, he revived the relationship, focusing on special economic aspects, in my view, and became the second ever Japanese Prime Minister to travel to Central Asia, and the first to visit all 5 states. In terms of rhetorics, in that period, so the second Abe premiership, between late 2012 and really 2015 up until this year, the rhetoric signaled value aspects such as free and open regionalism and so on. But in my view, the primary focus has been still pragmatism. And this is when Japan momentarily regained the status of Uzbekistan's top donor in terms of official development assistance, but also stepped up projects in Turkmenistan, which hasn't been the case before. So this is just to illustrate the sort of evolution of Japan's loan aid. So the probably crucial part, at least in terms of monies disbursed to Central Asian countries. You can see the prevalence of Kazakhstan in blue, the blue bars, and Uzbekistan, green bars, in terms of relatively to other countries. So these are the loans that have been going up and then down. And this here, you see the negative amounts are, I think it's repayment, and then you see Uzbekistan sort of regaining its status as a recipient. And here I would like to make a particular focus on the role of individuals. So,
well, I'm sorry that I think this time you should be about to finish.
Okay, do I have like 1 more minute?
Yeah, 1-2 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry for taking too much time. So yeah, this is the portrait of Chino Tadao, who was a technocrat in the Ministry of Finance and a policy entrepreneur, in my view. Why? Because, well, he assumed a couple of key posts, namely the Vice Minister of Finance and International Affairs, which is a key post for Japan's international finance. And that allowed him to lay the groundwork for Japan's presence in Asia, at least in the field of financial aid. He had good personal relations with Central Asian leaders, such as Islam Karimov, Skarakayev, and so on. He encouraged gradualism in market transition in Central Asia, as opposed to sort of Washington consensus kind of neoliberal reforms. So he suggested that there should be preference to the alternative of gradualism. And he later went on to become Asian Development Bank president in 2005. These presidents are usually Japanese and have been Daimokan before. He is known for advocating a special approach to Asian development, in that Asia is not like Europe and is very diverse. And he had apparently a very strong role in promoting at least key projects such as Central Asian Regional Economic Cooperation. Some said that it was his brainchild, but at least he definitely actively promoted that project. And also, to an extent, the Tapi pipeline. And under Chino, it was when he was president that Chinese officials inside the ADB started being appointed as vice presidents, who are also in charge of operations in Central Asia. So starting with Jin Lichu, who is the incumbent president of AIIB, and then by these other Chinese officials. This is something that happened under Chino. And this is the just a snapshot of this current program of the Asian Development Bank, which about 6 years ago, as of 6 years ago. And this is how it kind of started in the late 1990s. But I will conclude now because the time is up, and I would like to thank you for your attention.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Murashkin. Now we have a pretty good view, a pretty good understanding about your book, and I think a lot of people would like to read it now, to know your studies, your research in detail. Well, the next speaker is Dr. Timur Dadabayev, who is an associate professor at Graduate School of Social Sciences and Humanities at the University of Tsukuba in Japan. He's a well-known author, wrote several articles on also on Japanese policy in Central Asia, but also Chinese and South Korean policies in Central Asia, in particularly in Uzbekistan, from where he comes from. So he's going to speak about transcontinental Silk Road strategies, comparing China, Japan, and South Korea in Uzbekistan. The floor is yours, Dr. Dadabayev. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you. And I would like to especially thank Anna and Denise for arranging this event. I think it's not so easy to arrange it in these conditions of pandemia. I'm going to talk to, so I work as a professor of international relations at the University of Tsukuba. And I, as Professor Lukin mentioned, I originate in Uzbekistan, but for the last 25 years, I live in Japan. And for the last 16 years, I work at the University of Tsukuba, where we've established the, Japanese and Eurasian Studies program. One, I wouldn't hesitate to say this is the biggest graduate program in Japan, focusing on Eurasia. One of the aspects that, we're trying to deal with, in respect to Eurasia is to train people who actually generate knowledge as opposed to just consume it. And I think, this is one of the biggest issues in general in Eurasia, that, people actually, are trained to just consume what they see, and, they don't actually produce much in terms of, the new ideas and, reflection of the empirical studies on the, theoretical, assumptions that we make on the regions. And so in that sense, this is what, my focus of my studies is. Today, I'm going to talk about this issue of, Silk Road, transcontinental Silk Road strategies. In general, I have a multiplicity of, topics that I focus on. These two I have selected so that, I would not bother you with the details of my sort of, narrative, because, this topic has been covered in my recent books, which I'm just going to briefly mention. And, one of the things that, I would like to emphasize here, is that the subtitle of this of my presentation is Silk Road is what you make of it. And this is the main sort of message that I would like to send in general. And this doesn't relate actually to Silk Road. Actually coming from the constructivist perspective, anything in the world is what you make of it. And Silk Road is just part of it. I'm quite puzzled that we make so much out of this notion of Silk Road, without actually focusing on the general sort of framework within which we discuss this political branding strategies for various countries. And so this is one of the things that I would like to focus upon today. Now, these are two books published last year. And so these are the books which actually contain all the empirical sort of evidence that many of us would need in order to understand the essence of the messages that I'm trying to send through my presentation today. And I will only briefly touch upon empirical evidence. My main task today is firstly to tell you or to convey the main messages that I'm dealing in my research. The main questions that I'm dealing with in my research. These are, how do the Silk Road narratives in Japanese, Chinese, and Korean engagements in Central Asia evolve? What is the process of their social construction? Because I believe these are, socially constructed notions. What is the mutual relevance of these narratives? But the bigger question that I'm trying to deal with in general is, what makes foreign policy engagements more effective in Central Asia? So it doesn't really have any connotation to a particular sort of country. This is the general question of international relations that I'm trying to deal with. And in terms of the the content of my the books that I've just mentioned, but also my general research, I deal with the way these countries internalized the post-Soviet vacuum and the way how Silk Road evolved out of this attempts to internalize the vacuum which was created after the collapse of the Soviet Union. Then I also talk about or discuss sort of Chinese, Japanese, and Korean politics of Silk Road, which I refer to as a branding strategy of these countries. Then there is this notion of self and the other that I'm introducing into this discussion by suggesting that what Chinese are doing essentially is the self, which both Japanese and South Koreans are trying to frame as othering through the terms of othering. And this is the way how countries can actually emphasize their own advantageous position in respect to the dominating narrative, which is currently BRI of China. And then, in my studies in general, but today as well, I talk about, the challenge of narration when, there are these, contradictions in the narratives which are being constructed by different countries in this part of the world. Now, in terms of my, the approach, I approach international relations in general, and this is what we do in Scuba from a constructivist perspective. We attempt to provide the narrative of what is happening in international relations in Central Asia from perspective of constructivism. And in terms of tools of analysis, these are discourse analysis and genealogy, genealogical inquiries. And as you well know, genealogical inquiries include deconstruction and double reading. I mean, these are the tools that I sort of apply to the empirical cases that I operate with. In terms of the case studies, I was very happy that Nikolai has provided an amazing, really impressive outline of what Japan has been doing in Eurasia, and I strongly recommend his book to the audience on the those who are interested in the Japanese foreign policy in Eurasia. But in my own case, I've started with inquiries into the Japanese foreign policy. But in the later years, I attempt to compare these cases, and I get this question about whether these countries are really comparable, whether China, Japan, and South Korea are really comparable cases. And of course, being constructivist, coming from the non-rationalist sort of schools of thought, we consider these countries to be perfectly comparable because, they've started their engagements with the, Eurasia right after the collapse of the Soviet Union as the consequence of the collapse of the Soviet Union. They started this, policies from the scratch. They all of them struggled with the way to how to internalize, these regions. And so in that particular sense, these are perfectly comparable cases. I'm not going to provide the sort of the outline of different events. You all know Professor Lukin, and his actually studies provided an excellent outlook of what China has been doing over the last 20 years, or 30 years in Eurasia. These South Korean policies have been marked by different sort of initiatives over the several years. So if those of you are are interested in this topic, I just invite you to go through the book and read through the each of these empirical sort of case and learn about these cases. But these are the case studies that I compare. The main dilemmas that I had, before actually starting, my inquiries in international relations are the following. The first thing is I was always sort of amazed by the, multiple narratives of domination and conquest, in Central Asia by economically larger states. And so I was always wondering why, do we have this, the narrative that, all of these countries really want to dominate and conquer Central Asia. And so that's one thing that, sort of encouraged me to look into the comparative aspect of these cases, because, without actually looking into each of these cases, there is no way to know whether they're really in, fight with each other, or whether they really are trying to conquest or dominate Central Asia, or there is something else. The second sort of dilemma that I had, and I continuously have it, is that very often we see the narrative, especially in the media, of the the prematurely framed narrative of domination of the region. Whenever Russian, US, Chinese, or Japanese, or any other sort of public official visits this region, immediately media is flooded, with these notions that probably this country is trying to dominate and conquer this region. And I think, really, I find it quite amazing that, this is being copied from one media source to another. And without actually expecting too much from the media, I still think that, it's the task of the, scholars in international relations to provide a better answer to this question of whether there is really this notion of, domination. The third thing is, in recent years, we have this notion of Silk Road, and so it has manifested itself in foreign policies of the U.S., Japan, China, South Korea, and many other countries. And so the natural sort of issue that I sort of had as when approaching this was that I was just wondering, is this the same Silk Road that we're talking about? In addition, we also see, a lot of Silk Road framing within the, foreign policies of Central Asian countries. And so I'm just, just wondered, whether this is really the same Silk Road that we're talking about. And the fourth dilemma that I had was about, the process of, the identity construction in Japan, China, and South Korea, because we see that, over the last 30 years, these countries have been placed in different sort of situations and positions. China growing from a developing country into, really superpower. Japan being the second largest economy and then sort of sliding into the, the middle power notion. And South Korea is sort of trying to mitigate its own sort of problems. At the same time, the narrative, which is continuously being sort of hijacked by the North Korean issue. So, I was very much interested about, how these countries actually formulate their identities and where in those identities Central Asia fits. So that's the dilemmas that, that I was focusing about. So I'll give you the main arguments, because I don't have time for, the empirical narration. And, if you guys have, questions or, the sort of counter arguments, I would be happy to welcome those and, to listen to those. So there are several main arguments that I developed in my research. The first thing is that, the Silk Road brand, or branded strategies. Started as reactions to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and they started from the negative sort of branding, in the sense that no one really wanted to deal with this region, because they saw this as this region, Central Asian region, as a source of all kind of problems. And the late President Karimov in 1992 unsuccessfully attempted to sell this idea to the Chinese, but Chinese were not so forthcoming. And so it started with this attempt by Central Asians to attract attention of the world powers to this region through the Silk Road notion, and it didn't actually work. But later on, we see that this negative Silk Road, the notion of branding, the negative branding of Silk Road, actually turns into something positive. And these are exemplified by the cases of China, Japan, and South Korea. Silk Road is not a foreign policy doctrine. Many people think or assume that there is this doctrine, with the set goal and the final sort of aim and the tool of achieving it. And I think this is simply erroneous. I think this is not a foreign policy doctrine, but rather a discursive strategy of engagement that largely exists in the realm of narration. It's a fairy tale of its own that these countries attempt to sell in order to provide the beautiful narrative of what they're trying to do in economic, political, or any other sort of terms. Silk Road narrative, as a narrative, is a matter of social construction, meaning that these countries do not have one narrative that they had from the beginning. This social narrative actually constructs itself and shapes itself in the process of continuous exchange of views and comparing to others, those who are doing something different. And this process actually depends on the three things. The first thing is this is international environment of the country, whether it is China, Japan, or South Korea, which defines what their Silk Road is. When they see themselves in the company of other countries doing some other things, naturally they are pressured to provide their own sort of different narrative of what Silk Road is for them. The second point is the alternative narratives that compete for wider international acceptance. So basically, by creating their own narratives of Silk Road, China, Japan, and South Korea are not only appealing to Central Asians, but they're also appealing to the world. This is what we're trying to do in general, and this is how it sort of demonstrates itself in Central Asia. The third point is, as I've already said, it really depends on the vision of the country's self and the vision of the other. So when Japanese are constructing their Silk Road narrative, they construct the other. And there are many interpretations. What is the Japanese other? Is it Russia, or is it China, or is it South Korea? It really depends on the region. But nevertheless, the concept of othering is the absolutely required notion for constructing self. Without other, there is no self. So if you want to have the proper narration of Silk Road, or Eurasian Union for that matter, if it comes to Russia, you need to construct the other, and then you need to define what the self is. And the final point here in the social construction is the change in perceptions and discursive categories of self, identities, values, and threats and opportunities. So these are the elements which actually construct or help construct the discursive category of the others. In terms of the Silk Road, Silk Road is used to define self, what China, Japan, or South Korea stand for, and socially construct the image of the other to demonstrate how self varies and is much more advantageous than the other. So it's not only the construction of the self when you say, I am different from the other. You emphasize that you're not only different, you're better than the other. So that's the process of constructing the other. Silk Road has been, one question that I had all the time is that why is it that Silk Road is selected to be this particular category? And the answer to that is very simple. Silk Road has been selected because it is one of the few available notions that can be related in terms of ownership. Many countries, can feel that they own this notion of Silk Road. And later on, I'll just briefly touch upon that. The Silk Road is used because it projects the image of decolonization, for Central Asia or for other countries, because it empowers them, it gives them the opportunities which they didn't actually have before. And so that's the point that that makes Silk Road very attractive. And there are certain similarities in the logic of their construction and the branding, which I call branding selling points. Yeah. Firstly, these are China, Japan, and South Korea. They use this notion of historical linkages to modern day Silk Road projects. They also, in all of this, as we study the discourse of these countries, we see that they emphasize a genuine interest in contributing to the development of this region. So basically, they're trying to claim, or they claim that they're interested not so much in exploiting this region, but rather helping this region, contributing to its development. And the third point is, in all of this, sort of policies, we see the emphasis on the win-win structure. Chinese are very famous for that, but you would see the same kind of win-win sort of philosophy in South Korea or Japanese discourses on Central Asia. Professor Luki, am I?
There's 2 more minutes, please.
Great. So the definition of Silk Road and the role and place of self in it is also different. In Chinese case, the China is presented this as a heart of Silk Road. Yeah, without China, there is no Silk Road. For Japanese, they continuously emphasize Silk Road as a root of the Japanese, Buddhism, Japanese culture, Japanese identity. In South Korea, it's a bit different. It's not only connected to the South Korea itself, but it also has this connection to the North Korea. The rail Silk Road, steel Silk Road, etc. And now I'm just going to conclude. The traditional means of power. Basically what I'm trying to say through this presentation and my works is that traditional means of power matter in Central Asia in general and in Uzbekistan in particular only when these are accompanied by the narrative power or power of discourse. Without narrative power or power of discourse, the traditional means of influence, such as economic, security, or any others, or political for that matter, they would be very, they would be effective in a very limited way. So, for a foreign policy to be effective, you need to provide not only the resources which are invested in it, but also the fairy tale of a kind, acceptable narrative that would be accepted by the country which you are trying to apply this, resources, but also to the international community. And so that would be the ending point of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. The next speaker is Professor Sergei Luzyanin, who is a well-known expert on China's policy in Central Asia, and he wrote several books and articles on that topic, and we are very interested in his talk, in his paper. Please, Professor Luzyanin.
Thank you very much, dear Chairman, dear colleagues. Let me introduce for your attention some short remarks, my consideration about the features of Russia-China's interaction in Eurasia, including Central Asia region. In terms of short introduction, I would say that the strongest Chinese-Russia cooperation mechanisms have developed in the Eurasia, including Central Asia. I mean, the One Belt, One Road initiative, Eurasian Economic Union, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and other structures operate in these regions. What the specific features of interaction between Russia and China in Central Asia? There are several of them, and I would single out a few features of Russia-China's interaction in Central Asia and Eurasia as a whole. Although there are certainly more of them, but I would say about few features. At the first features, Russia and China, in addition to economic benefits, pursue to geopolitical goals. Greater Eurasia for Moscow and Beijing should not be a zone of American total influence and presence. In any other regions, Latin America, Middle East, Europe, Africa, USA is present everywhere, despite the fact it's trying to reduce the American presence in various regions, growth from a number of projects. The USA presence remains obviously. But for Russia and China, this fact, American presence in Latin America, Middle East, and other, is competitive, but is perceived as an objective phenomenon. Russia and China understand this. There is a competition for this region, but Eurasia, including Central Asia, is another matter. Russia and China are trying to make, I emphasize, trying to make this territory a zone of non-American world in Eurasia. By the way, the Trump's policy of reducing the American presence in Central Asia and Afghanistan objectively works for the Russia-Chinese strategy of creating this non-American world in Eurasia. The issue of not allowing the USA to come here for China and Russia is not only an economic issue, but also a strategic and geopolitical one. Therefore, the special importance of Eurasia, including Central Asia, for the two countries, it obviously. And however, I believe that the main struggle between USA one hand and Russia, China on the other hand lies ahead. It will be maybe hard struggle in future. And as to second feature, next specific issue of Russia-Chinese interaction, I would say it's institutional separation in region, in Central Asia region. China, you know, has its own big project, One Belt, One Road initiative. Russia has its own projects. First of all, these are the Eurasian Economic Union and the Collective Security Treaty Organization. It's we well know these structures. It's clear that apart Russia, there are other participants in both projects. In the Eurasian Economic Union, there are Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and the Collective Security Trade Treaty Organization, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. But in the both projects, Russia informally plays the leading role, it obviously. The common project uniting the efforts of Russia and China in Central Asia is the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. I would add that our session chairman, Professor Lukin, many years has been the head of the second track of the SCO, the research second track, very successfully. He is a leading specialist of the SCO issues, One Belt, One Road, and Russia-Chinese relationship. And I believe as to the specific Russia-Chinese and the SCO issue, that within the SCO now is competition between different members of organizations. As India and Pakistan are now added to the 6 members, this tactical struggle has become even more difficult in my mind. But the main in this organization is to preserve the core of the SCO, that is the Russia-Chinese strategic partnership, on which the SCO is based. Only theoretically, if this core Russia-Chinese partnership is removed, the organization will immediately fall apart. But therefore, despite the some separate Russia-Chinese contradictions in the Central Asia in energy sector and transport corridors and others, maintaining the partnership between Russia and China is necessary for both, one hand the SCO and other the region as whole. The third feature, I would say the formation of unofficial specialization between Russia and China in region. I mean China's dominance in the regional economic projects and Russia's dominance in the regional security projects. It's clear that this is not discussed openly, but Moscow and Beijing unofficially support the current division of labor. As we know, China has the enormous economic resources which enables it to invest and trade in Central Asia more than any other country, including Russia. We know that many countries in the region have a large debt dependence on China, which has formed over the past from 5 to 7 years after the launch of the One Belt, One Road initiative. I mean the Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. On the other hand, Russia has a strong security resources in region. There is the Collective Security Treaty Organization I mentioned and others. So the fourth feature, the Russia Federation and CPR, China People's Republic, interaction within the conjunction process. Conjunction issue is very, very sensitive and difficult issue in Russia-China's relationship in Eurasia, including Central Asia region. As we know, on May 8, 2015, Russia and China signed a special agreement on the conjunction between the Eurasian Economic Union and the Chinese initiative, Silk Road Economic Belt. Today, Russia and China proclaimed the task to construction jointly the Great Eurasian Space or Great Eurasia. Moscow and Beijing have formulated the Russia-Chinese long-term agenda for cooperation in Eurasia. The pandemic has reduced the level of Russia-Chinese interaction in Eurasia within the conjunction framework. But so far, unfortunately, there is in my mind, the large gap between the political part of the Russia-Chinese conjunction and its economic and transport content, economic and transport real projects. Okay, and so the fifth feature of Russia-China's interaction, regional interaction, I mean the influence of the SCO on the Central Asia. An important decision of the 2017 SCO summit, you will know, was the inclusion of 2 observer states, India and Pakistan, as a permanent members. Thus, the SCO currently has 8 permanent member states, and in fact, at this stage, the functions and status of the SCO have been extended, step by step, but extended. From regional organization, the SCO has gradually transforms into a global structure, conducting activities not only in Central Asia, but also in other regions of Eurasia. As known, the SCO today has 2 official nuclear powers, Russia and China, and 2 de facto nuclear states, India and Pakistan. There are other different resources and possibility of SCO. And SCO combines, in my mind, elements of a global and regional organization. But the priority remains the Central Asia region in terms of economic and security influences. The enlarged SCO should now find an optimal form of interaction with other Eurasian organizations and projects. I mean, the SCO and Eurasian Economic Union, CO and Collective Security Treaty Organization, and One Belt, One Road, and CO and ASEAN, and other in framework as Shanghai Cooperation Organization plus different structures. Thus, the specific of Russia-Chinese interaction are associated with both one side with the high level of Russia-Chinese partnership I mentioned, and with the specific of the collective format of the SCO. And summarizing the fifth features of Russia-Chinese interaction and looking of our title, in conclusion, if we compare the Chinese, South Korean, and Japanese involvement in Central Asia, our general session title, it's obvious that China is systematically ahead of its competitors, especially in the sphere of economic influence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Luzanin. Now we know a lot about China's policy, and we are going to go back to Japanese policy in Central Asia. Our last speaker is Olga Puzanova, who is a lecturer at our university's Department of International Relations and also a researcher at the International Laboratory of World Order Studies and the New Regionalism, also at our faculty. And she has written also several articles on Tokyo's Japanese policy in Eurasian region. Her topic today is Tokyo's diplomacy in Eurasia, achievements and failures. Olga, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Professor Lukin. Hi, everyone. My name is Olga. I'm a senior lecturer at our faculty. I teach history as well as Japanese politics and economy. My presentation today is going to be based on my joint article with another faculty member, Dr. Oleg Paramonov, who is not here today. And needless to say, in our paper, we've extensively cited the speakers on this panel as well, such as Nikolai and Timur. So thank you so much for your contribution to our paper as well. Now, I didn't prepare a PowerPoint, although in the hindsight, I evidently should have, so that my face wouldn't be all over the streaming window. I regret it now. But anyway, so in my presentation today, I'd like to reconfirm some of the points made by the previous speakers, but also come up with some, well, new ones, not so much alternative ones, but new ones. And yeah, since this was never a dissertation project, I didn't borrow any terms from any other disciplines. Maybe that's why I'm the last presenter. Anyway, so it is indeed true that the importance of Eurasia for Japan has been growing over the past decades, as the Japanese government put forward several programs of cooperation with the Eurasian region. By that, Japan usually understands the Asian part of the former Soviet Union. Now, Paramonov and myself in our paper also talk about some other potential partners like perhaps India and Turkey as well. Anyways, the effectiveness of the programs proposed by Japan in East Asia so far has been quite limited, as lots of Russian experts agree as well. The key big account on Tokyo's diplomatic agenda in Central Asia, for example, has been the ODA and infrastructure building, but Timur has claimed, I believe, that despite the quite a substantial amount of economic aid, Japan has, its influence has remained limited to an extent, even though it has poured lots into the region. And there are several potential avenues that are yet to be explored as well. At the same time, there is significant interest that exist in Central Asia, in intensifying cooperation with Japan as well, as obviously an economically prosperous, generous, and politically relatively independent player. This interest is growing a lot against the backdrop of China promoting its Belt and Road Initiative, obviously, and also Russia and China cooperating in creating the Greater Eurasian Partnership. At the same time, in Japan and in Japanese political circles, there is a duality that exists within that policy, and it also lacks consistency at times. Namely, there's a contradiction between Japan's actual economic interests and its willingness to follow the ideological footsteps of the US. Right, so Japanese foreign policy is determined by two main factors, as we all very well know. Its military and political alliance with the United States, and the fact that Japan is one of the most important players in the Asia-Pacific region. Now, in addition to the US, Tokyo also places quite a high priority on its relations with China, the situation on the Korean Peninsula, also its difficult interactions with Russia and its ties with ASEAN countries. Now, this has not changed so much, and it's not likely to change so much under the new Prime Minister Suga as well. However, the Japanese foreign policy in Eurasia is likely to gain potentially even more importance in the following years as well. So this stems from a number of new developments in Eurasia. First is the sharp growth in China's economic and political role, obviously on part as a result of its ambitious Silk Road Economic Belt Initiative that was aimed at creating a new trade route to Europe. Well, secondly, there are also Russia's early steps towards implementing new plans for development of its Asian regions or Far Eastern regions. Thirdly, there's also the infrastructure development initiatives that were put forward by several regional players, projects such as Kazakhstan's Bright Road, Mongolia's Steppe Road, and others. Tokyo reacts to these plans by its partners and competitors with a mix of envy and apprehension, as we write in our article, and with a desire to also gain some benefit from these new projects. Its alliance with the US obviously pushes it towards some sort of alternative path to arrest the growing influence of, as they call it, authoritarian countries like China and possibly Russia, toward isolating them and pulling the Central Asian states, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and India out of the orbit and into the so-called Arc of Freedom and Prosperity, which is essentially a pro-US coalition. However, the reality of a still stagnant economy dictates that Japan exploit the trade and investment opportunities resulting from the development of Eurasian states to avoid losing out to its more active neighbors. Primarily, they fear China and South Korea. Prime Minister Shinzo, former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, spoke on it a number of times. He said that, well, in 2017, he said that Tokyo was prepared to expand cooperation on the Chinese One Belt, One Road initiative. He said such cooperation would be, he did point out, though, that this cooperation is conditional upon upon harmony with a free and fair Trans-Pacific Economic Zone and project infrastructure that all can be developed through fair tenders. So the Japanese media also reported that Tokyo was considering joining some other regional structures, those that China established in 2014, like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, the news that Abe was, well, his attitude was changing towards this favoring the Chinese infrastructure projects was in sharp contrast to the tensions in the Japanese-Chinese relations that were caused by 2012 conflict as well. So that showed that the economic interests took the priority there. Chinese President Xi Jinping also announced his intention to create a big family of creating harmonious coexistence in East Asia. Although there's obviously lots of talk around this, that this was a disguised attempt by China to position itself as a great power by investing in a strategically important infrastructure project or projects, which in many cases are rather difficult to implement. For example, the construction of a high-speed railway that they proposed from Jakarta to Bandung in Indonesia, that was strengthening China's influence in the South China Sea. Now, Shinzo Abe still made some similar proposals following his decision to send some of the Japanese government officials to a major international conference in Beijing promoting the One Belt, One Road project. During that visit, the Japanese official presented the Chinese leader with a message proposing an exchange of visits between the leadership of the two countries. And Xi Jinping, in turn, expressed his desire to improve bilateral ties, which would create a more favorable atmosphere between Japan and China on that front. But there was another official, Taro Kono, who's a Japanese foreign minister at that point, 2017. He announced that there was a meeting between Donald Trump and Shinzo Abe as well, where there was an offer to create a permanent strategic dialogue between the leaders of Japan and Central Asian countries, but also talk about India and including Australia in that format as well. And the former minister that I mentioned, Taro Kono, he said these words: "We are in an era when Japan has to exert itself diplomatically by drawing a big strategic picture, and that free and open seas will benefit all countries, including China and its Belt and Road Initiative." Now, Kono also explained that he had discussed the idea of establishing a format of cooperation with the US Secretary of State at that point as well, and the Australian Foreign Minister, Julie Bishop, and they discussed that in Manila that year, 2017. So evidently they were, on the whole, the statements by Kono, they reflected the nature of Japan's willingness to collaborate in the region, but also they once again highlighted the Japanese-Chinese rivalry in the region, as well as did the tour of the Central Asian states that the Japanese Prime Minister made in October 2015. Now, Abe was taking a particular interest in his policy in the Central Asian region. He pointed out the importance of Central Asia even in his book called Towards a Beautiful Country. It's Xi Kunia, I believe. That was published during his first cabinet and essentially served as his political manifesto. Taro Ase was also one of the main ideologues of the Central Asian component of Japanese foreign policy. Served first as former minister in that cabinet and later as prime minister. He also authored the Arc of Freedom and Prosperity concept. This is still the most recent one to date that touches on the subject of Central Asia in Japanese diplomacy. And he also has a book with the same name, where he devotes a full chapter to that region, where he claims it to be on the way to the corridor of peace and stability in Asia. That calls for, on the book, calls for creation of a belt of states that would be adhering to universal human values. And the belt would stretch from Northern Europe through the Baltic states, Central and Southern Europe as well, and bending around Russia and China. That would include the Caucasus, Central Asia, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. Russia and China obviously responded to that concept by accusing Tokyo and Washington of trying to encircle and surround their countries or their spheres of influence. However, this, as actually Nikolai, I believe, pointed in one of his works, the concept never actually materialized and sort of faded into the background. Now, at the same time, China and Japan were still directly competing in Southeast Asia for the right to reconstruct some ports in Sihanoukville, I believe, in Cambodia, there's in Sri Lanka as well, and Myanmar, all of which would form part of the OBOT distribution network. It also remains unclear whether the Japanese business community would be willing to follow the government's agenda. Japanese companies still see far greater opportunities in Japan-US, a free trade agreement and so forth. So generally favoring the tendency of favoring the Japan-US ties is likely to remain the course of Japan's foreign policy in the foreseeable future as well. So many researchers from the Central Asia also pointed out the necessity for Japanese involvement in East Asia. But as Japan expands its presence in Central Asia, it also relies on its interactions with players outside of the region as well. So in this context, it's worth bringing up the cooperation with Turkey, another major player in that part of Eurasia. Although Japan doesn't really maintain particularly active relations with Turkey, the two have traditionally been friendly towards each other, and there's potential in exploring that avenue. If Ankara and Tokyo were to join forces in Central Asia, it could actually facilitate Japan's cooperation with the region and enable it to share some of Turkey's areas of responsibility there as well. Japan and Turkey also have periodic consultations from 2000 onwards on various issues concerning the stability and development of Central Asia, but also the Middle East and the Caucasus as well. By cooperating with Turkey, there's a potential for Japan to actually reduce its, all sorts of risks associated possibly with its involvement with in East Asia. Central Asia. Now, there's another key player in the region, which is India. Obviously, his interests are affected directly by the Chinese OBOR project. It's also the strongest opponent of that project, spanning the entire continent. India's attitude to the project has been changing over time, and it was turning hostile when China revealed its intentions concerning the subcontinent and the area around the Indian Ocean. Delhi also begins to view Japan as a potential collaborator with their so-called enemy. So it seems that there's more than just one avenue for Japan to explore in that area. So the path it will take in the future will largely depend on the economic results of the implementation of the Silk Road Economic Belt Initiative, also its linkage with the plans of the Eurasian Economic Union, this progress of Russian-Chinese cooperation, the project of Greater Eurasian Partnership put forward by Russia and also supported by China. We obviously are yet to witness how the pandemic will affect this as well. But if the economic projects of Eurasia's non-Western players prove effective, Tokyo will be more tempted to cooperate with them, despite its close ties with the US. Japan's image in Eurasia may also become stronger and its position more proactive if Japan distances itself politically and ideologically from the US and its European allies and departs from promoting universal values perceived as Western values in the region and shift towards economic growth, political stability and secularism, and provide a counterbalance to the growing influence of Russia and China, but without really being viewed as an agent of the US. All of this, as I've said, is likely to remain true under the new Prime Minister Suga as well, who promised to continue our base course. And with regards to Japan's interest in working with Russia, including in Central Asia, stronger ties with Japan could also help Russia in its pivot to Asia policy. Conversely, having more stable relations with Russia would enable Japan to also strengthen its foreign policy. And it is in Turkey's interest to convince its US ally of the need to isolate Russian-Japanese relations from the overall Russian-US confrontation. I think that would be it from me. I'd welcome your questions and feedback. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much. We had 4 very interesting papers. Frankly, I was worried in the beginning that some of them would be similar because we have 3 experts on Japan, but actually they were very different and discussed a whole range of questions, beginning from what Central Asia really is. Is it a fact or a construction or a perception? Finishing with like more practical problems of great power or just competition of East Asian big countries for cooperation, for opportunities of cooperation in this region. Well, we can discuss all of this in our Q&A session. We have about 20 minutes for that. And of course, beginning from this perception problem, you know, of course, Central Asia is a fact because it situates in the center of Asia on the one hand, but on the other hand, everything is perception, even gender is a perception, people say now, to say nothing of such constructs as the center, Asia, and everything else. So I would be interested in, and I think speakers would be interested in questions and comments. If you have some, please just raise your hand or write it to the in the chat. Let me check what we have in the chat.
Sorry to intervene.
Yes,
All our audience
directly. The question.
All our audience is in YouTube. We don't have audience in the Zoom. So I will be collecting questions from YouTube and sharing them through the chat if we will have any questions. Thank you and sorry for prevention.
I mean, I think you have a question, don't you? I can see it in the chat.
Yes, there is a
yes, that's
question
the
from
question
Alex.
from the.
I mean, Anna.
It's from somebody else from YouTube, I believe.
It's Eric's, and his question is, I would like to know your opinion on how elites and public of Uzbekistan perceive this fairy tale narrative. Do they believe, that China, Japan, and South Korea will not colonize them? Especially relevant to the case of China, when we can see how, for example, neighboring Tajikistan gives away gold mines. And I think, as we've thank you very much for this question, and I think, this is important inquiry into how these narratives are then perceived and accepted by the, very audience they are, constructed for, and they're, sold to. And I think, one thing that I would like to emphasize here is that, each of these Central Asian states have their own narratives or fairy tales that they construct in the way to, sort of internalize this, the foreign, born sort of initiatives. And, as, Olga already sort of mentioned, the Kazakhstan's, the initiative, which is trying to sort of link the Chinese, the Belt and Road Initiative to, Kazakh sort of vision of how, this connects to the Kazakh development. The same in Uzbekistan. So you have this, narratives being produced not only in, in other countries like China, Japan, and South Korea, but also they are produced locally. And so this is a constant sort of a trade-off between these, narratives. Now, when it comes to public opinion, I agree that that we have certain countries like Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, and I think one of the presenters today also mentioned that we see the increasing debt of these countries towards China, and it's not only the matter of the debt itself, but also how that is sort of portrayed and framed by the local governments and by the government which sort of offers this kind of aid. And we see that the narratives which are produced in Tajikistan and in Kyrgyzstan in respect to sort of over reliance on China do not work quite well. People are still anxious, and they have this insecurity in respect to that. So it's not, as I've already said, there is a need for a narrative, for the fairy tale, but it's not just any fairy tale. It's not just any narrative. It needs to be accepted by the very audience it is directed to. And the way you make it accepted, it's a different question. But that is actually connected to whether we have this anti-Chinese or any other sort of sentiments in those countries. Thank you.
Well, thanks. I decided to use my administrative position to ask a question myself, and it goes also to Timur, because we didn't have a speaker. We had speakers for Japan and China, but we didn't have a proper speaker on Korea. And your title, the title of your paper, seems to show you as demonstrate that you are the only one who can say something more specifically about South Korean policy in Central Asia, because it's a big question, and they have this northern policy or whatever, new northern policy, but we don't know very well about it. And I think because this conference is actually sponsored by a Korean institution, a Korean university, it would be important to discuss the role of South Korea. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Actually, thank you very much for bringing this up, because I generally think the role of South Korea in Central Asia is undervalued and under-recognized. And I think that there is a need. This is another sort of frontier in international relations. Where we need some more studies on that. But one thing that I would like to emphasize here is that there is this notion of the modernizing power of South Korea in Central Asia, and in Uzbekistan in particular. What we see, what Korea is doing in Central Asia is actually quite interesting, because it doesn't focus on the whole region. It actually picks the countries that it focuses upon, and these are mainly Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And within those countries, South Korea picks the sectors that it invests and it attempts to focus upon. And this is a very efficient way of approaching foreign economic policy. On the other hand, and this is something that connects to Russia. You would be surprised to know that the numbers of the foreign workers accepted by South Koreans is really, big. So for instance, for Uzbeks, the numbers are around 25,000 per year. And, this for many of these migrants, they see South Korea, but also to the lesser degree, Japan, as an alternative to Russian markets, where labor markets, where they continuously, experience abuse and all kind of harassment, despite the fact that, they're picking up on these jobs that no one wants, but they've been discriminated, over the, for the last 20 years, being branded different names. And, so in that sense, for them, South Korea actually offers another alternative where they are Asians, also traveling to South Korea for a labor market. And so, as I see it, there is a lot which, South Korea contributes to the region, but there is also the, educational and labor mobility towards South Korea that, that has been sort of overlooked. And I think, this aspect needs to be focused to a greater extent than it is currently sort of is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Of course, I think that Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan are picked because they have a Korean population there, like ethnic Koreans. Most of them came from the Soviet Far East when Stalin deported them to those areas. and there's a very active, lively communities of Koreans, ethnic Koreans in both countries. But it's interesting because in Russia we say now that what you said about an alternative labor market, because in Russia there is a lot of stories as how Russians are kind of harassed in South Korea, and that, you know, they invite what kind of people they invite and how they are abused there and whatever. So it's also an interesting problem. Well, do we have any other questions? Or yes, Anna Kutelova wants to ask a question.
Thank you. I will be using my prerogative as one of organizers and intervening into this Zoom session. I'm a sinologist and I'm doing some work on BRI, so my question will be coming from Chinese side. Japan is not invited to Xi Jinping's Belt and Road Initiative, right? And at the same time, BRI is also actively employing this timeless narrative of Silk Road. And I'm wondering from the side of Japanese expertise, Japan expertise, what would you say? Do those narratives overlap? And are China and Japan competing? And it's a free-fall question. Are Japanese foreign policies in Central Asia kind of dependent on what China is doing, or it's more an independent endeavor? Thank you.
Well, I don't see Professor Luzyanin because he spoke on China, but does anyone else want to address that?
Yeah, we have another sinologist here.
Japanese studies side.
Yes, but the question was about China, wasn't it?
Well, I was just gonna say that we have another sinologist here who's Professor Lukin. So even though you're a chair,
I'm not a speaker, so nobody cares about my opinion. I just need to be the head of this thing, but not. But I can say something. If maybe Timur can say because China is in the title of your paper.
Actually, I volunteered, and I know that I don't mean to dominate this session, but what I'm trying to say here is that there is this narrative that China and Japan are competing in Central Asia, and I think this is nonsense. In general terms, this is nonsense. Because what Japan is doing in Central Asia is completely different from China. But your question is very right. When we need to ask whether these are related. They are related, and they are related in the perspective of othering and learning. Because there is a lot of learning from each other going on, and so my simple answer would be they're not competing because they're doing completely different things. And I think Nikolai today mentioned that that there was this statement from the Japanese prime, maybe Olga, from Abe, that he said, "Oh, we can be part of the Silk Road." I think when he said that, actually he implied exactly that they don't want to be part of Chinese Silk Road, because he emphasized that only if that Silk Road is going to follow certain patterns of behavior, transparency, the quality of infrastructure and stuff like that. So I think that's the part where they're trying to relate to each other, but not in the competitive way. I mean, they're just constructing different narratives, and they're offering it to the audience. Which one would you buy? And so that's the way they relate, the way I see it. Thank you.
Right, maybe Nikolai can say something, because you wrote about One Belt, One Road from the Japanese point of view.
Thank you. Yes. Well, it's kind of almost a personal question, because before Belt and Road, people were asking me, why are you writing about Japan and Central Asia? Why don't you want to write about China? And well, I said I was just interested in Japan. And then after that, then Belt and Road struck in, and people were like, yeah, that's right. You're writing about China and Belt and Road. And I was like, no, it's still Japan. But I think the important thing is, first of all, we're operating with present tense all the time. I think it's important to periodize. And so what exact years are we looking at in different periods? I think the competition narrative is, was somewhat maybe relevant under Koizumi, although back then China was really using the Belt and Road. I mean, there was no Belt and Road, but I mean the Sino-Japanese competition was maybe more tangible back then. I also think that, Abe, he used different rhetorical constructs for, I think when he was in Vladivostok, he was talking about gate of Eurasia and Pacific, and he liked sort of bridging Eurasia and Pacific, so that was perfectly working perfectly well. I think there's an element of socialization in that rhetoric on, with focus and emphasis on quality. And I don't know if we can qualify it as effective or efficient, but we did see in the observers of Chinese foreign policy, at least of its narratives in English, have observed that in the past couple of years, the Chinese narratives included this ideas of quality infrastructure. So it kind of picked up what Japan has been saying, at least in terms of lip service. Well, it's another question, to ascertain how quality that infrastructure actually was, but that's a separate debate. In my view, I think for Japan, at least since the second Abe premiership, Central Asia they wouldn't want to make it the prime area of any competition with China. I think it's just, maybe they thought it's not worth it. I don't observe anything particularly of very strong dynamics in that field between Japan and China as competition in Central Asia. Maybe in Southeast Asia, maybe to an extent in South Asia, when we look at Indo-Pacific and Belt and Road. Again, there's a lot of narratives around. It's another thing to see actual monies being disbursed, hitting their accounts, as opposed to just being promised. But I think Central Asia sort of is not an area where currently, at least in the past maybe 7 years, where Japan would be asserting a certain competitive position vis-a-vis China. So maybe Belt and Road. Now it has been criticized in different Japanese media and rhetoric and by politicians, but I don't think Central Asia figured prominently in those critiques. I think it was more of a sort of a general thought. And I think I would like to finalize to finish by quoting an example. I think there's a factory. It's like a good example of Sino-Japanese Korean cooperation. I think there's a factory based in China, which involves Japanese technologies and Chinese technologies, and Korean technologies, sorry, but producing in China. And then I think the production then is exported to Europe. So that has been cited by some of Japanese media as a sort of good example that, that can be cooperation, at least at the manufacturing level.
Well, thanks. And maybe we have to finish soon, so I'm going to finish the session and also make a final comment. I think that when Anna says that Japan is not invited to Belt and Road, this is not entirely correct, because everyone is invited to Belt and Road according to the Chinese leaders. And it's not an organization where you join officially, you just join some kind of project and you can, I think that in some cases you kind of sign a document with the Chinese that you support this, but you don't have to. But basically, it's not that Japan is not invited, but everyone is invited, but not everyone want to join. That's the problem. I mean, it's not problem for China. In general, I would say there is a tendency that big countries with their own ideas don't want to join. India did not join because it sees China as kind of, well, not an enemy, but kind of a partner and a competitor at the same time. Russia, by the way, did not join Belt and Road. Formerly, Russia is cooperating with China, but as a member of Eurasian Economic Union. It is not a part of Belt and Road as a single country. So that's what our foreign ministry says if you ask them. And Japan, of course, has its own policy in Central Asia, and it sees China as a competitor. And Japan actually subscribed to an alternative plan. Well, they haven't elaborated this plan, but all this kind of all this idea of Indo-Pacific and the Quad group, the 4 countries, you know, Australia, the United States, Japan, and India. If you read the documents of this group, the main idea is that we want to create an economic alternative or an alternative for financing economic projects in Eurasia. Well, they don't say that it's an alternative to One Belt and Road, but everyone knows that it's an alternative to Chinese projects. So that's how the things go, and I think we can. It's exactly 1:15, so we're finished. As my Chinese friends say, we are victoriously finishing this session. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Спасибо большое. И у нас остался один неотвеченный вопрос в Ютубе к Ольге и к Николаю. И если у вас будет несколько минут сегодня, и вы ответите в Ютубе, будет просто замечательно.
Хорошо.
Под прямой трансляцией. Спасибо большое. Это была очень интересная сессия.
Спасибо.
Очень было интересно всех слушать. Спасибо.
До свидания.
Спасибо вам.
Thank you, everyone, for the 2 days of engaging discussions, dynamic debates, and high-level networking. Together so many scholars and experts from all over the world was, in the time of pandemic, was a challenging experience, but thanks to the of our speakers, this experience is rewarding, and we sincerely appreciate participation and engagement. Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to their mastermind of this conference and one of the key organizers, Denis Sherbakov. Denis Arkadьевич, you need to put on your mic.
So, dear Anna, dear colleagues, thank you very much. Time flies, so we are approaching to the closure of our conference. I'm really impressed by the diversity of your presentations, discussions, and debates. I'm sure that for many of you, our conference will become a new possibility for the scientific cooperation and networking, since I heard several times during these 2 days that some of you found each other in order to start working together on the related topics. I really appreciate that each of the participants, all the efforts of each of the participants and honorary guests have done to take part in our conference. It's a pity that due to COVID-19, we don't have the opportunity to hold the gala dinner, for example, or any other informal closure. But I'm sure that this conference is just the first step to provide similar scientific event annually. So we will try to compensate all types of the conference activities as soon as we will able to hold it offline. Let me thank once again our major partner, Kyung University, for co-organizing this event. And of course, my special and deepest thanks to Dr. Anna Kuteleva, who was the main driver of all the things related to the organization. Dear Dr. Kuteleva, it's my pleasure to cooperate with you, and I hope the next year we'll hold together the second conference related to Asian studies. And now let me give the floor to Professor Kim Jun-Yup, the Dean of the College of International Studies of Kyung University.
Hello, I'm Jun-Yup Kim, I'm Dean of College of International Studies and Graduate School of Pan-Pacific Studies in Kyung University. First of all, I would special thanks to Professor Kuteleva Anna and Shchebakov Denis, and also the Andre Karen and also Lim Chul-woo Korea Foundation. So I would really appreciate to have invitation from here to deliver some closing remark. I would say this conference should be very successful in the theme of the evolution of Korea-Russia relations, external and internal factors. Start from the political side and economic and business side, also in cultural side. The conference theme is very harmonized and good organized, and also it will be very highly discussed in the issues in the Russia and Northeast Asian, and of course it will be extended to the world, political issue. First of all, I would say my impression from the world politics and international relations side, as you know, I would say the slogan of Strong Russia, leadership by Putin, is striving to expand and develop into the Far East by New Eastern policy. So I like the word strong, Russia. So in Korea should be strong Korea. So I love this word, strong Russia. And also, it will be kind of taking advantage to China's northeast three provinces like Liaoning, Jilin, Heilongjiang, and Korean Peninsula as well. So I would say it will be a huge opportunity to collaborate together in Russia and Korea side. Especially the Far Eastern region is very rich in forest resources, as well as the natural resources such as oil and natural gas. So, and also it is located at the gateway connecting to the Eurasian continent and Asia Pacific region. So we could say that this is a strategic point to read Russia's national development. I would think we could develop like special economic zones in some point in Far East regions, in like Vladivostok or wherever it's possible. Will be linked together, Korea and Russia side economic cooperations. So it will be huge opportunities in business side as well. And I think I also talk about some issues in the China side. As you noticed, the leadership of Xi Jinping's in current situation is pretty bad relations with United States. It's a trade conflict between US and China. Also, this issue will be intensifying the problems in Northeast Asia. So these problems predicted by many academic circles in United States that saying that China could be pretty much followed the transition to democracy and market economy state while the achieving continuous economic development. However, the political system in China adheres to the Chinese style socialist system. In Chinese term, 有中国特色的社会主义 is Chinese term. So, and the economic part is quite separately follow the market economy as its own unique model. So it is consequently the conflict between US and China will be continuous. And also many of the issues will be, confront, like the property of intellectual property side, and also the first industry revolution side of the high-tech, high technology side will be the issue of confront between China and US. So it will continuously confront the US and China side. So I think it will be time to have somehow developed through Russia will be cooperate China and Korea side will be development through that pathway to the Asia Pacific, economic cooperation. That will be very essential point. So in this stage, I would very glad to have a collaborate HSC and Kyung universities. Collaboration will be kind of stepping stone toward the extension of our economic cooperation. So somehow we can have a very much, contact each other and frequently travel between Russia and Korea side will be extend our opportunities and economic and business, cooperation. So it will be a great future in what I have expected. So thank you very much for your time to speak in here. So I would say we will see you soon. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kyung, for the inspiring closing remarks. And now I would like to welcome Dr. Andrei Korneyev, head of the School of Oriental Studies of HSC.
Thank you, Dr. Sherbakov. Dear colleagues, I am privileged to be invited to this important conference, which is coming to a close, but we know that there are some supplementary events. We will have Korean language Olympics in a very short period of time, and other important developments. Unfortunately, we cannot have any coffee break or some other opportunities to meet face to face. This is the important characteristic of the period of time we're living through. But it is very important that in spite of all odds, we have had this conference, we fulfilled all the plans, and we had the opportunity to learn a lot from each other, learn a lot from the panelists, from the presentations they prepared. I would like to say that this conference is marked by a wide scale of questions because we discussed the US elections, we discussed the developments in our bilateral relations between Russian Federation and Republic of Korea. We discussed questions related to other East Asian countries like Japan, China, and even Central Asia. I would like to thank the organizers, Dr. Sherbakov and Dr. Kutelova, for their leadership and for their vision, and also our Korean colleagues who also brought their knowledge and leadership skills to organize this conference. I think that the dean of our faculty, Professor Sergei Karaganov, has succinctly formulated that what he would like to learn from this conference. He said that he said during the opening remarks that we would like to know better what is going on in East Asia, but ultimately what is going on in the world in this very unusual year of 2020. I think that also we would like to know what is going on in the relationship between China and the United States. I think that the panel which was devoted to China's peaceful rise, so-called peaceful rise theory, was also very interesting. As a sinologist, I tried to keep track of all presentations. We know that Chairman Xi Jinping has put forward a famous dictum. He said that we live in an era where changes happen that has not happened for 100 years. You know, next year will be the year of 100th anniversary of Chinese Communist Party. So I think that in China is a huge event, and this is no coincidence that Chinese leader has put forward this concept of changes that has not been seen for 100 years. I think that the timing of this conference is very important because actually we started to discuss and analyze these important changes which go beyond our bilateral relations, even beyond the East Asian region. I think that this is a good start and this is a good base for our further interaction. I would like to thank our Korean colleagues who brought their own expertise and vision, and also their support for teaching Korean language. The panel, one of the panels was devoted to different angles, how to make the learning of Korean language more efficient and more comfortable for the students. Also, I had the honor to chair the panel devoted to challenges in studying East Asia, and I would argue that this was an important panel and it was a great success. So I am looking forward that we could all have the paper edition of this conference, so we could study in more detail the presentations that were made. once again, I would like to thank organizers, all the participants, and I would like to say that for Russia, I think this important year could be a starting point for improvements in our Asian studies. You know, I have the privilege of working in the Asian studies school at our faculty. And I think that we are now, we know that Russia has declared in 2014, and even before that, that Russia should turn to the East. And I think that the challenge for Asian studies specialists in Russia should be how to make our profession beneficial for the whole country, for our ties with East Asian countries. How to, because we have a very big problem in the mentality of Russian elites. They were European oriented for a long period, maybe for the last 300 years since Peter the Great. And now our leadership puts the aim to turn to the great Pacific Ocean. And I think that our efforts could help not only the academic achievements, but could benefit the whole development of Russia, which should be more integrated in the most dynamically developing region in the world, the Asia-Pacific region. So with this, I would like to once again thank everybody and wish that the next conference will be as successful as this one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Korneyev, for a brilliant speech. And now I would like to give a floor to the new director of Korea Foundation in Moscow, Lim Chi-woo. I should say that Korean Foundation is a very important partner for High School of Economics. With the help of Korea Foundation, we founded a Korea Corner and boosted our relationships with many Korean universities in 2012. Dear Lim Chi-woo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Shirobako, for the kind introduction and inviting me to give a short closing remarks here. Distinguished Professor Kim Jun-yeop and Professor Andrei Korneyev and dear participants. It has been a great pleasure and honor to be an active listener of the International Conference Korea and Russia since its very beginning of yesterday. I can enjoy various perspectives and views of young, promising researchers and the prominent scholars encompassing wide spectrum of bilateral and multilateral issues. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Faculty of Economics and International Affairs of Higher School of Economics for organizing this wonderful conference. Especially special thanks to Professor Sergei Karaganov, the Dean of the Faculty, for initiating and supporting all these Korea-related activities to celebrate the 30th anniversaries of diplomatic ties between our countries. Actually, I had stayed in Moscow for 4 years, from year 2008 till year 2011, approximately 10 years ago, before I came back again to Russia last month. So it's my second term of office here. I remember 10 years ago, when I visited Dr. Karaganov's office, we had a chance to have a small chat, and he joked me that Russia should move its capital to Vladivostok, as like the Peter the Great did 300 years ago. He said, at that time, Peter moved the capital to St. Petersburg, western bound, but now it's time to move capital to Vladivostok to the eastern bound, because East Asia and the Pacific will be the source of prosperity, as the Europe used to be 300 years ago. Well, although I just partly agreed with him, I clearly noticed his strong and great vision toward East Asia. And the Korea Foundation started from that very moment to cooperate with Higher School of Economics to foster the Korean studies in the school. I think it's his vision and leadership that has made Higher School of Economics to be one of the best universities in Russia in the competence of East Asian studies and Korean studies as well. Dear colleagues, nowadays we are living in an era of US-China competition. We don't know how will the revisionist country can peacefully rise and change the world order. At the same time, we are seeing the great Eurasian continental integration in terms of logistics and transportation. As we all know, with the initiatives such as China's One Belt, One Road, East Asia is being connected to Europe more closely via land transportation. The bulk trains can transport cargoes just in around 15 days from Shanghai to Hamburg. I think these two factors are very meaningful for Korea-Russian relation. Amid the growing tension of US-China competition, Korean Peninsula needs Russia as a power balancer in the region. Some people in Korea even think that it's a blessing for unified Korean Peninsula to have border with Russia. As we all know, Russia always supportive for the Korean government's peace initiatives. On the other hand, the Eurasian integration in terms of logistics and transportation will be a great opportunity for Russia and Korea. With the rapprochement between the North and the South in Korean Peninsula, the Trans-Korean Railroad can be connected to Trans-Siberian Railroad, and it will revive the TSR itself and the economy of Russian Far East. Then that can make Russia to be the central mediator of Asian and European integration. In that case, you don't need to move the capital of Russia in any direction. Anyway, taking into account all these factors, I believe the ties between our two countries will be more close and solid in the next coming 30 years. Then what should we do as educational and research institutes like HSE and Kyung University, and as a supporting foundation of international exchanges and academic activities like Korea Foundation? As Dr. Karaganov mentioned yesterday in the opening ceremony, I believe we need to give more chance to the young scientists to share their views and thoughts so that they can deepen their mutual understanding. These efforts will facilitate the positive development of future relations of two countries. In this sense, I sincerely hope the Higher School of Economics and Kyung University can provide this kind of conference, opportunities for young scholars, not only this year, but also next coming years regularly. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the Faculty of World Economics and International Relations of Higher School of Economics for organizing this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lim, for your inspiring remarks and for your very interesting piece of advice for HSC, for Russia. They're really very important for us. Dear guests, it's time to close our conference, but let me remind you that this conference is just the beginning. It's not the only event during this week of celebration. Tomorrow we will hold the opening ceremony of our new master's double degree program with Kyung University and the opening ceremony of King Sejong Institute in HSC. So all of you are welcome to join us via Zoom or via YouTube. Thank you once again and see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to our support team. Спасибо большое нашим помощникам.